2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
The GTR24H webshop is more than just a merchandise store. Our concept of racing proverbs carries a wide selection of t-shirts, cups and posters with selected proverbs from the racing and sim racing universe. If you are looking to have everyone recognize your passion for racing right away, try one of the t-shirts from the racing proverbs category. We are regularly adding new products, and all new products started with an introduction discount of minimum 10% for a limited time period. The current introduction sale runs until August 29th. You can also find copies of our race posters and podium posters available as both paper and metal plate posters, as well as jigsaw puzzles for both teams and fans alike. The store is run in partnership with our fulfillment partner Printful, producing the products on demand and shipping from Charlotte in North Carolina, Los Angeles in California, Toronto in Canada, Riga in Latvia, and Barcelona in Spain. That way there is minimum shipment time and no production overhead. Have a look, visit shop.gtr24h.org.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting gtr24h.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
The GTR24H webshop is more than just a merchandise store. Our concept of racing proverbs carries a wide selection of t-shirts, cups and posters with selected proverbs from the racing and sim racing universe. If you are looking to have everyone recognize your passion for racing right away, try one of the t-shirts from the racing proverbs category. The current introduction sale runs until August 29th. You can also find copies of our race posters and podium posters available as both paper and metal plate posters, as well as jigsaw puzzles for both teams and fans alike. Have a look. Visit shop.gtr24h.org.
Kender du ikke det der, når du kommer ind til en fest, så ser du fyren, hvor du bare tænker, wow, han ser godt ud. Det er tøjet for godt. Vi har lige siden 1930, det vil sige 4 generationer, serviceret folk, der gerne vil være klassisk klædt med et lille twist. Vi ligger her 100 meter fra rådspladsen og er klar til at servicere dig med ærlighed, god rådgivning og vejledning, som du ikke har oplevet før. Er du den mand blandt alle, som skiller sig ud, eller gerne vil skille dig ud, så kig ind til mig, så skal jeg hjælpe dig godt på vej.
Good after morning, ladies and gentlemen, mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, brothers and sisters. We have arrived at the grand finale here, GTR24H for the 2022 EEWC season. That's a lot of acronyms. If you've been following us along the way, you'll know what they mean. Chris Buxton here in the commentary box, talking you through the beginning of the qualifying session, and joining me is the one and only Milky. So, Assalamu, I knew I'd get that wrong. Assalamu alaikum, Yusuf bin Zahir.
Thank you very much, Chris. Wa alaikum assalam. It's good to be back, is what I'll say, for the final round of the championship. Hello to everyone. Sorry I've been on for a bit, but I'm back. We've got a big weekend ahead of us. Chris, we're kicking off with qualifying as per always, and a huge chance just to remind everyone straight away heading into the final round of the GTR24H EEWC season with many accolades, is that it is double points.
Very, very true, which strictly speaking means that none of the championships are sewn up yet. However, the DPI, if burst, turn a wheel, if they just turn up, it is job done. They are 48 points ahead of Unison. So, which we will go over the championship connotations very shortly. Well, championship standings, I should say. Here we go, and we will start off with, I will say DPI, but sometimes production catches me out. It's GT3, yes. So I got caught out again. So it is Valenti at the top of the tree on 105, as you can see in the 585 Audi. And God, in Glam Racing give them everything they could last time at Spa, and they just lost out on the win by I think it was about 15 minutes, something like that, over the course of 24 hours. It was so close. Gadget Huset up into third position. Unfortunately, we did lose a few of our GT3 brethren, so CKR, B32, Mugen. Sadly, we haven't seen them for a while, but Televoiningen are still hanging on in there. And it's taken me to the end of the season to finally pronounce that in such a way that it doesn't upset all our production staff. But also the Viaducton squad changed from the DPI class to the GT3, so they gave the bright yellow Corvette its first run at Spa last time out. Yes.
There's something fun about this standings, if we could keep this up for a bit longer. And that is, do you remember when my last broadcast was?
I can barely remember this morning, Mr. Binzahay, so do remind me.
It was Monza, and also that was the last time Glam Racing were off the podium. So I have a feeling that if Glam Racing are off the podium again this weekend, Maria is going to murder me.
Maria, it's not my fault. He did it. It's not me. But we do have a lot of fun with Maria Rinhack, who usually feeds me information.
I see her waving to the camera.
It's great to see our drivers, of course, joining us, and our team managers. Moving on, then, let's have a look at our GTE contingent. So, Valenti with the upper hand, but not insurmountable. Bit more of a gap between first and second in GTE. As you can see, 114 points to Deuces and the number 74 car, and 88. So, quick maths, what's that? 26 in Deuce's favour. So certainly not insurmountable. Sorry, I was actually slightly distracted there because we can of course see the background cameras, and I can see front and centre is Maria's cat. So apologies if I am coughing and spluttering. Of course, my lungs decided today would be a fantastic day to try and dislodge themselves. So DIS Sim Racing Lab in the number 45 Porsche in third on 55. And the ID Sim Sport car on the ones in the 166 car on 46. Oh, Murray, you've turned the camera away. Give the cat some. I know he distracted me, but give the cat some
We're going to have to bring that camera up on the screen at some point. Aren't we?
Absolutely. So, there we go. Maria's turned the camera around. Okay, moving on then. We are actually here to do a job. We have some fun here at DTR, but we do try
We do
and
have
actually.
about 4 hours, to be fair.
True enough. LMP2, one of the two burst squads, the two burst squads, both leading their respective classes. The burst esports got a sunglasses number 94 car with a respectively, comparatively, I should say, narrow lead over the Sen 9 axle car. So that's definitely one to keep an eye on. And Deuce is the number 15 car, very shortly followed behind as well. So the top three in LMP2 really closely fought. Sadly, we haven't seen the Iris, the Cyberlink, either of the Iris cars or the Cyberlinks car for a while. So sadly, we won't probably see them. And in the fastest category, let's have a look at our DPIs then. And as mentioned, the Burst squad, the Simplexity car, you see what I mean. It is somewhat of a commanding lead that they have, I think it's fair to say, having taken every win thus far and all but one pole position point. So they just have to.
They're going to look at that one qualifying pole that they've missed out on. And
that's it. There must be improvements.
No, but who got that pole? Because none of the other teams on the standings have that 1 point.
It was the satellite squad with who withdrew, if memory serves. So that was following
the corner-cutting satellite car.
So in Adrenaline are in third position, but we haven't seen them for a while. Sem 9 Axel, their second car, haven't seen them since Sebring. In fourth with the newly joining XRL Esports. They joined us at the bar. It was great to see them. They said that they were here to have some fun and get used to the car, but with much more of an emphasis on joining us for a full campaign next year. Whether it's in DPI, I think decisions were not made just yet. So it's great to see fresh blood coming along to EEWC, and they joined us at Spa. Miss Ridhack, don't think I haven't spotted what you're doing in the number 404 Glam Racing camp. Production,
Peter,
can we bring up the camera? Just so that... let's go through the intro first, and we'll show you what we did.
I guess that means the intro has worked, and that is
Steve!
A sloth.
It's a sloth, yes.
Does it have a name?
I'm sure we will be told. I was told the cat's name. I can't remember. Maria's going to shout it. But see, we weren't making it up. It's a worthy guess, but I fear not. Now, so we weren't making it up. We're not going mad yet. We're working on it. We're not quite there just yet. So, but it goes to show that we do have some fun. The racing is always very, very intense. Oh, it's Henrik's sloth, apparently. So, Maria's not actually taking responsibility for the sloth at all. She's already debunked and saying, no, not me, it's Henrik's.
I like the idea. If you have a creature slow enough in the room, that means that creature will take all the slow energy and leave only the fast energy for himself.
I love your thinking. Right, that's it. So we have some times on the board. There we go. So we can see the ID Sim Sport car. Now, for those less familiar, we do try and display who is in the car at any one time. However, we can't do that for a couple of teams because they are actually in a centralized location. Oh, it's the McLaren. It's the Brazilian Blazing McLaren. Come back. We haven't seen that for a while. That was that was my... There it is! We haven't seen that for a while. I'm so glad to see that car back. That was one of my favourite liveries. I always missed it. I'm so glad to see that that McLaren has come back to us. But anyway, talking about people that are actually on the field. There it is! Leandro Vela, yes! So glad to see the Brazilian blazing McLaren back with us. Because they just looking at us, didn't they do really well to start with? Yeah, they won. They won at Monza. They won the class. They didn't have a great start at Matsusaka, but they won the class at Monza. And they've been celebrating ever since. We haven't seen them.
I mean, to put it like this, they were leading the championship, jointly the championship after the opening round, so that's pretty much about as good as you can really get. And things were looking spicy, they had a Sebring, and then they had a hiatus for 2 rounds, so that's been a bit of a shame, but they can still make it into, I'd say the top 3 is very, very realistic for them. Top 2 maybe a little bit like the Grand Racing's trio of podiums. Let's go.
Ooh,
Get predictions.
We do. We do. It's still giving us nothing, unfortunately, but that is true. That is an update. It is clouds. Very true, that is clouds. No rain in there, but there is clouds. And that is for today. And I have had a look at the weather forecast, and there are rumours that there is going to be rain tomorrow. So that's in the opening stint of the race. So that is going to be interesting. Le Mans in the wet. Ooh, challenging.
I always like to see it that way. Do you remember, Mr. Buxton, the absolute scene we had last year at the Mans when, who was it? It was Houston's had a brake failure heading down into turn 4, I want to say. And then they had to make an insane recovery drive and everything just went absolute chaos.
I do remember that, although I was struggling with COVID last time. I'm an illegui on Le Mans, so I seem to be cursed when it comes to the Le Mans race, unfortunately, but the show must go on, nonetheless. But do you, Mr. BTR, do you remember the deluge of rain we had at Sebring this year? I can't remember, you may not have been in the broadcast.
I wasn't in the commentary box for that, so I don't remember. You're going to have to remind me, and
it had been... It had been, we were well over halfway of the race, and we were well into the darkness hours, and we had been really looking forward to the rain, because we hadn't seen rain in ages, and it was starting to appear, and a few millimetres of rain, and then heavens just opened. It was absolute chaos. Everyone just slowed to a crawl. We had like 600 pit stops per car. Hints, maybe slightly exaggerated, but it really, really tested the drivers. It was great to see, and it really shook up the order as well, because established leads evaporated, absolutely disappeared. So, not wishing our drivers to have difficulties, but it does add a bit of spice to the mixture.
The one race as well, that first esports squad, I think finished the top 2 as well, just with yellow standings. That race eventually won by DC Motorsport Club ahead of the 7-9 Axelman is one of the reasons why the championship is still winnable, still salvageable for 7-9 Axelman, despite them winning that opening round.
Yeah, it's been a really... If you look at the results, it looks fairly consistent. First, second, third, second. But it's been a really difficult season for 7-9 as far as... They've had a number of incidents, unfortunately, but they have still kept, exactly you said, they've kept the results coming in. So they can still mount a good challenge. I wasn't trying to prefer that. So a good challenge to the Gooder car, Gooder Sunglasses car. As we look at the ID Simsport Cup, the lead of our GTE contingent, just 3 representatives from the GTE class. And there's the 3 drivers that will be taking part. We don't know who's going to be in the car at any one time because they all race from a central location. So as far as the server is concerned, it's one driver, and and they just stop for a while and get going again. Whereas in actual fact, someone gets out of the rig and then the next driver gets into it. There's only a couple of teams that do it. DIS Sim Racing Lab is the other.
Don't forget. Still have VS. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
B32, that's one thing. B32 will have a central location.
Well, they we saw Leandro Velo in the car, so they're at least up with who is in the car at the time. So they may still race from a central location, but not necessarily one centralised rig as far as the server is concerned. So that's at least how they're doing it at the moment. Maybe things will change. We have absolutely no idea. But ID Synthwall at the moment at the top of the tree with a 3:52.79, and just 3 seconds behind them is Ivan Aguado in the number 27 MCM Motorsport car, who sit in second position in the championship behind Deuces. So with only 3 on the board, you might think that there's not going to be too much arguing going on there. Wait and see. He usually gets very spicy food. That's one of our newcomers. That's Adam Coates.
So for Adam Coates, is that an old Honda? Is that Honda? The old Honda?
It does look like it. I wonder whether they've aimed for it, because it's not a Honda engine in that thing.
No.
Well, unless they're doing things really, really differently. I don't know that it's supposed to be, but it really does look like it from that spot. As Adam Coates, then, one of the drivers of the XRL Esports car. It's good to see them with us for the final round of the 2022 season. They were the third of the 3 DPI cars we had last time out. They currently sit second, just a second behind Jesper Pedersen in the first Esports Simplicity car at the moment. So there's you can see the average time that car has managed to get on the board, but or the last 8 counted laps. So again, that's why the lap count's a bit odd. The server does know how to count, I promise you. He's just, that's the last counted lap, so there's been driver changes in there as well.
And let's not forget for Adam
But
Coates,
the important part is the average at the bottom.
Yes. Let's not forget for Adam Coates. Third with 7 it will take XR Esports into the top 2 position. So from 5th to 3rd in one round, courtesy of double points as well. Currently 23 points behind in 3rd. It's over to Mashi Kaspersik in the class for A6 Sports by Valenti Racing, the current championship leaders, who will wrap up the championship.
Absolutely so, and they won't like being stuck behind the GT3 newcomers, the Viaducting car, the bright yellow Corvette, already ahead of them. Now, I wondered last time out, I surmised the Audi wouldn't be so strong at start because the Audi is a bit more attuned corner. Well, that line, as they still took the top ones last time around, and Martin is. He's getting a little bit frustrated. Oh dear! That's someone introducing the car. Well, that'll be Adam Coates, who we were just looking at.
Through the Porsche curves.
Well, it was starting that, but then he he introduces a little bit too hard to me.
Porsche and said, "No, I should not take this way around into the walls," and that's going to be 8 points for Adam Coates. Also, trip to the pits for Mashi Kaspersik. He's not very happy behind the viaducted car.
Oh, it was purple sector 1 and 2 as well. Oh, that's slightly unfortunate.
I wonder if that viaducted comes
Well, I mean, they'd already got a time on board, so we will see now. Josh Hughes in the number 88 car. Is that a new livery? Yeah, a brand new car for us. So there's a new car for this race alone. Thought I did. Yeah, so the XRL have actually got 2 cars now. So they've got the 48 car in the DPI category, which is the one with the odd Honda-esque H on the front, and that wonderfully bright black and day-glow yellow car we've just seen, the number 88 car. Lovely. Again, we welcome newcomers to the EEWC, and very much looking forward to seeing how they do.
Another car and EEI car. Exactly as you mentioned, how they do in the LMP2 class. They're really looking probably to be challenging the likes of some 9X and but our sunglasses have started to go away, started to use themselves as by far away. So we'll see where
Very, very true. Adam Coates is only a second off the back of Jesper Pedersen in the championship leading DPI car. So there is something to be said for that as well, considering they're newcomers to the series. They weren't new to this car, but they weren't hugely experienced in it by their own admissions. So it was very much a learning experience, but they loved racing in Spa, despite the few issues they had, a spin or two here and there. But I don't know if you've driven the DPI car, Yusuf. I have, but not in RF2. There's a lot of horses that try and escape through the rear wheels.
Yeah, that's mainly the reason why I don't want to try to drive the DPI car. There is too much power on the rear end. I prefer something a little bit more stable, like the GT cars myself. But the DPI cars are quite nice. I did try the LMP. Alex Dawson as well. We wrote a talk about Alex. Kieran and myself, we were looking at around the LMP. Alex is going to learn me for that. Chris, would you like to know an interesting fact about current DPI qualifying time leader Jesper Pedersen?
Please do.
Did you know he thinks it's acceptable to wear socks with sand?
Oh, can of worms. Not even just open, just detonate.
I should clarify though, he did say white socks are unacceptable, but he said other socks are fine.
I don't know how I feel about that. And I'm reading between the lines, I get the feeling you're not quite in agreement with the Burst East 4 lead man.
You know me, Chris. I like to sit on the fence and let everyone else argue and differ between themselves as I watch all the fun unfold.
But go on, get off the fence, you. But
to be fair, I personally wouldn't wear socks.
I'm not so sure about that myself. And there's a message that's appeared in the background from Maria. Here we go. That tends to be Maria Rinnan, leader or one of the leaders of the 404 Clan Racing team. Very much his mother. She will look after her. She's done a brilliant job in the past of feeding us information or keeping us informed from almost a spotter's point of view.
And feeding us with lemon.
Yes, and I missed out on that because I wasn't in Denmark last year. So I'm not this year because none of us are, unfortunately. But yes, I missed out. Now, one thing we do have, we have 4 LMP2s. Now, we only had 3 last time out. In Interlagos, we only had 2, I think. We did have 3. So we've got Tom Olmeninger in the number 94. So they are championship leaders by 20 points. So eyes very much on them. Bence Horvath in the Juicy car, the number 15, with an outside chance, but would need quite a bit of luck. Then you've got Josh Hughes, that new LMP2 entry we mentioned, and Nabil Aslan. He has set a time in the number 21 Sam 9 Axel car. Now, there's only, again, this is something that I've talked about many times, and I know a point before it. I'm still stunned at how close these times are. Le Mans is a huge lap. It takes literally several minutes to get around, and still the times are a few seconds apart.
Not just to each other, but their own lap times as well. Everything seeing all that. However, we do have Adam Coates, and I have been informed by our that he's on a hot lap, and his first set time is quicker than Jesper Pedersen. So maybe the Burst Esports fans, Burst drivers maybe, start sweating a little bit because this XRL Esports car is doing a very quick run circuit.
And here it is then, just coming to the end of the Mulsanne Straight, it's right over the apex, flirt with that outside line, and you know the lap does evolve. The more laps we do, of which there'll be many hundreds over the course of 24 hours over this weekend, with a time change as well. It was certainly here in Europe, the clock turned backwards, just to make things nice and interesting. Screaming on down through to the Indianapolis. Such a hard corner there because you're trying to turn and brake at the same time, and the tail's time to get lively for Adam. Wrestles the car back into submission. Now it is Arnage, just past the apex on the right hand side. You can use a little bit more of the exit than that, but at this point in qualifying, you just want to be getting used to how the car is behaving. Yes, they've done many kilometers of practicing, but you know, when it's go time, you still need to be knowing how the car is behaving right now. Oh, that's the ID Sensport car. Well done. Hopefully that didn't cause too much noise to Adam Coates' lap. My goodness me, he is really pushing that car hard, but we'll see if that is, yeah, that's a bit too deep. Has that cost him the lap? We will see when he comes to the end.
That track limits as well, because all four wheels were past the white line, they were still on the curb, but as you mentioned, through the Dunlop curbs, Adam Coates, was he able to stay full send with the GT car in front of him when he was full send through the Chevy curves, and is that enough 8.5 seconds off versus place time? So I'm not sure where he lost the time or if he aborted at some point, but that is not enough.
It may well have been slightly put off by the Audi Sensport, and also it wasn't quite using all the road at Arnage, but that's easy for me to say because I can't drive these things at all. These cars are very difficult. I'm also pretty hopeless with LMP2s. Any sim I've tried to drive LMP2s, I am hopeless. I'm in the wall, I'm upside down, I'm off the road, I'm everywhere where I shouldn't. I just cannot, I don't know why. I too much right foot maybe, not enough moderation. I'm just no good when it comes to the LMPs. The GTs, a bit more comfortable with, and that's what you were talking about earlier, Yusuf, is they are a little bit more forgiving. But also, we do have quite a good field of GT cars with us this time, which I'm also very glad to see. So you can always rely on your GT cars to give us some really good racing.
I've spoken to you quite difference in handling between, specifically we were talking about GT cars, but I think this applies to handling model in different sims. So we were kind of comparing with the likes of R Factor 2, Assetto Corsa Competizione, and iRacing, and specifically with R Factor 2 we were just talking about how much it feels like the cars are on rails and just how much grip there is on R Factor 2, maybe more so than would be realistic. So as a result, you really have to throw these cars into corners and just have faith that the car will stick, because the car absolutely will stick, and I think that is going to be particularly even more so the case in the LMP2 cars, because you're going so much quicker anyway, and it does feel like, you know, you've got that brakes a little bit longer, but you can just release the brakes and chuck the car in, and it will hold all the way through the wall.
That's the thing, isn't it? Is having the belief in the car, as one of my dogs is now joining in, is having the belief that the car will stick. I don't have that kind of, I will get through this corner at this speed where the car really is arguing, no you won't. I don't have, I have too much of the let's pin the throttle and try it, which tends to catapult me off into oblivion, whereas the very best can wrestle a car that doesn't want to play ball and will make it play ball. So it's very, that's what separates the good from the great.
I'd say there are two little tricks as well to it. It's with regards to getting comfortable with throwing the car in. It's almost a little bit like riding, in the sense that when you first start riding a bike, you feel like the bike's going to topple either to the left or to the right, and you don't know how to deal with. As you get more comfortable, you realise all you've got to do is just go forward, and the bike will naturally stay stable. So it's kind of similar in the sense of you just have to get used to throwing the car in at high speeds, and eventually your brain will sync up with, yes, this car is able to do that consistently. And the second thing I was going to say is in relation to Harry, you have to be able to predict what the car's going to do. I was lucky enough, a couple of years ago now, I got to do some driving in the genetics, which are effectively GT4 cars. And one of the things with that I wasn't used to, because I just been doing stuff in Sims or in karting, is once that rear end steps out and you try to catch it, you've got to, catch the snap back before it actually happens. And you've got to do that mid-corner as well. You've got to be going through a corner thinking, that rear end is just about to step out, and just ever so slightly adjust your steering mid-corner, because you know that rear end is about to play with you.
Yeah, I don't know how many times I've been sent off into the moon through that exact snap back. You think you've just got the slide, and then suddenly it catapults you the other way. We have a Ferrari on the field. I thought I spotted a Ferrari in the field, and it's our second ID Sim Sport car. we don't know who's behind the wheel. Again, excuse me for the coughing. So, but I think it's great that we're seeing second cars from our established teams as well. So again, looking forward to next season on who can take part in which car or which category, getting a feel for how the EEWC works. Absolutely great. We always welcome new drivers to come and experience and race with us here at GTR24H. And I can't remember the last time we had a Ferrari on the field. We've seen obviously the McLaren on a rare occasion, the Audi and Corvettes are the popular ones. It's great to see the Ferrari, but Mr. Binzahel, I do have an issue here. Not with that Ferrari, with the car masquerading as 488 that isn't a Ferrari. I have a problem here.
Okay, please clarify your concerns.
We will after we've had a word from our commercial sponsors.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
The GTR24H webshop is more than just a merchandise store. Our concept of racing proverbs carries a wide selection of t-shirts, cups and posters with selected proverbs from the racing and sim racing universe. If you are looking to have everyone recognize your passion for racing right away, try one of the t-shirts from the racing proverbs category. The current introduction sale runs until August 29th. You can also find copies of our race posters and podium posters available as both paper and metal plate posters, as well as jigsaw puzzles for both teams and fans alike. Have a look. Visit shop.gtr24h.org.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the first qualifying session of the final round of 2022 EEWC here, GTR24H. Of course, at Le Mans, and the first qualifying times are now coming in. So those that may be a bit less familiar with the format that we run our qualifying on, we have two 2-hour qualifying sessions. One of the day, one of the night. The day kind of gets the car settled and maybe fine-tuning a bit of the setup. And night tends to be used for kind of familiarization, and the average lap times from the two sessions is what decides the grid. So you can't just blitz the first qualifying session and then not appear for the second, because you'll be given like a half an hour time. So that's why we are just an hour and 20 minutes into the first qualifying session. We'll refer to it as that, and then once this one is done, we have a half an hour intermission, and then the nighttime session will begin. Now, have you raced at all around Le Mans in the past, Mr. Serial?
I have not. I'm trying to think if I ever got close to it. To be honest, I only think I've been around the Le Mans circuit in only time I've been on the track.
Right. Now, yeah, I was hoping to get some driver insight on that one, but I haven't done it either.
Actually, I have been on the Le Mans circuit, honestly, but it's not the 24-hour circuit, it's the international circuit. And can you guess what I was driving?
Were you driving a go-kart?
What similar as go-karts around Le Mans?
Well, it can be done. It's really inadvisable.
Agreed. It was actually 1972 two-strokes. It was actually a motorbike. MotoGP 2013.
Okay.
So that's my only actual racing. But that wasn't me racing.
Nice. So, we are looking at Jesper Pedersen for Bertie Sports, looking to solidify their spot at the top of the timings for DPI at the moment. Just 3 cars as mentioned. It's around number 48, only 1.5 seconds behind. And then we have, I'm going to struggle with this one, Arcturus Kamal in the Unison car. We have got a replay of something coming up with it. Oh no, it's the qualifying tables. Okay, so this actually explains what I was talking about with the how the qualifying setup is going to work. So we are of course looking to populate the Q1 table, and then once we have concluded our 2-hour session of daylight qualifying, after the intermission, we will then head over to the nighttime qualifying session, and we do the whole process again. And the average of those 2 lap times is what will populate the field on the right hand side, and that's how the grid is formed. So it's not just one blistering lap out of nowhere. You've got to be consistently quick, and usually, well, in fairness, usually all of our drivers are. They certainly can do laps I can only dream of. But yeah, so just a 3-car lineup in DPI, 4 in LMP2, and look how close that is, just 2 seconds from the top to the bottom. burst, of course, at the top of the tree. It's actually 7.9 axle that's trending a little bit, but of course we still have over an hour left of this qualifying session, so plenty of time to pick that up. So nothing too much to worry about at this stage.
Essentially, what I was looking at with those was just the fact that it's currently a 2-2-way battle, as apparently we've got a fatal error, it tells us. So hopefully we can make it
How can it not like the GTEs? How dare you?
You must be a Mustard Pastara fan.
Hit it, production, hit it.
Kick it.
Now, is it going to like GT3? Yes.
I don't think it will. Oh, it does.
Oh, you with little faith.
You know, if I set the bar low, if I put my faith low, then I'm always going to be
See,
pleased, I think, right?
see, I have a problem with it. Well, I say that. That would be actually slightly hypocritical of me to say, because I know damn well I've done that in the past. But for my children's sake, I use a line I heard from somewhere. I cannot remember where. So, like all great ideas, it was nicked from somewhere. I have far more respect if you aim high and miss than if you aim low and hit. It would be very hypocritical of me to preach that to my children.
I would agree on that if it's something that you yourself are controlling, like if it's your own performance. But if it's based on other people or like things that are outside your control, then I think it's a different category.
True enough. 9 competitors in our GT3 field. Henrik Hoyer in the gorgeous. That has, other than the black B32 McLaren and also the CKR McLaren, this has been one of my favourite GT3 to look at. They all look great, don't get me wrong, but I have got a bit of a soft spot for this particular car and how it looks. And that's not me trying to butter up Maria Rinhack at all, because her partner, Henrik Hoyer, is in the car, and I don't want to upset the Glam Racing squad. So they currently sit 4th, just a 10th off the back of Leandro Vele in the returning CKR number 13 car. So is it also going to be an interesting thing? How much are they going to try and push to go overtake a car they're not in championship battles with? Because they're not in an argument with CKR or Teleforeningen, who's had a storming lap. I just realised Teleforeningen usually struggle a bit in the GT3 class, but wow, they're up there in second, only 1.6 off the back of Kaspersky in the Azatec Simsports car.
I'm quite curious what Kaspersky had for breakfast, because he's absolutely flying. I mean, nearly 2 seconds clear of second in GT cars is a phenomenal achievement. Or it was, I should say, very close from second down to 5th, with the DSR Kaspersky in 5th, and we were being about 2 tenths separating all of them, but now Teleforeningen starting to pull away a little bit, although we might start to see the lap times close back in once again. But as you mentioned, very solid performance from Teleforeningen so far.
I
Much
thought
higher
so.
than what we usually see.
I thought so, and I wonder if this is part of the reason. That's a different car. That's not the standard. Yeah, they've been in BMW all season, and they now switched to the Ferrari. So I wonder if that is helping them, because they've been, I think, the sole BMW in the GT3 field all season long. Suddenly, they switch over to the Ferrari, which, again, a great all-round car, but I didn't think it would have a straight line advantage at Le Mans.
They switched cars mid-season?
They have a points penalty, I would think. Production, if you can confirm that. Yes, they do. So they would have a points penalty. But they were near the tail end with the GT3s anyway. So I suspect this is a let's give this car a try for next season kind of way of thinking. Because they were only the only team behind was the newly arrived Viaducting car. I did see. Ironically, I actually thought this was a mistake. Only of Little Faith Production. I'm so sorry. But I thought this was a mistake on our website when I saw the Ferrari next to the Teleforeningen name. So now I will be chastised by our by our production team. How dare I assume that was a mistake?
Oh, ye of Little Faith. Quote a wise man. There's been CP Ferrari out on circuit. Is that how many Ferraris do we have now in the GT class? I want to say. Wait, there are more Ferraris?
No.
Oh.
all the available
Oh,
fries,
okay.
of which there are 3, I think. Yes, so because we've still got a pair of plans. As we see it, Nabil Aslan in the command of the 79 axle car, up into second now, just a second behind the eSport Good Sunglasses number 94, Tom Olmenenga doing the business for Burst. There is the driver lineup for the 79 axle team. So both the Aslans, that's Nabil and Nakib, ready to go with Alistair Young, Josh Pervian and Inigo A. Okay, that's quite an unusual sound.
Well, I'm going to guess there's more to it. I don't know.
Ooh,
Do,
assumptions.
you know me. No,
You live,
what is that
you
they
live
say?
dangerously.
When you assume you make an ass out of you and me.
That's what they say. You're living close to the wire. Fair enough. As we see Nabil just getting out of the way.
You're the one who told me to get off the fence.
True. That is very, very true.
Got one.
Interesting. So, have you guys seen who's in our lineup? We have a new guest driver, and there's a space after what Miruniax just said. So, there's a driver lineup change for the 404 squad. I haven't seen it, so hopefully we will see it.
Yeah, there's
Our production's telling me off because the lineup was there. I just didn't get a chance to read it. Yes, guilty as charged. I will take that one.
We're just seeing if any of the viewers were watching this great season. It's like giving Easter eggs beforehand and then bringing it up.
Well, when we have a chance to look at the 404 racing squad, we will see. Oh, there's Jesper Pedersen saying hello to us. Hello, Jesper.
So I guess flying along down. That is ridiculous. He's still leading. We haven't seen. I'm trying to remember who was it who was on an absolute blistering lap and then got up by one.
It was, and I've forgotten as well. How terrible
It was
that?
the viaducting car that was in the way. I remember that. Is it? Is it Landis?
No. Oh, it was the XRL car, the 48 car. Thank you, production. Glad one of us is paying attention. We continue.
Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. That would be the GTI car stuck behind the GTI.
Yes. Well, yeah, through the Portuguese, because the DPI car will have a considerably more grunt than the GT car.
But it got past straight away, didn't it?
No, it got balked.
Oh.
But it was already really, really squiggly.
I need to see a replay of it.
Well, there's the viaducting driver lineup in their new, very brightly livery car. Also, two things I'm going to mention here. Now, I love the fact that they have the Danish flag on the roof. I remember that last time, but also there's a reason why the car is so coloured, and it is in association with the karting team that supports the viaducting squad, if I remember that correctly. And you'll see the karting symbol on the doors of the cars. So, and the yellow is the company colour. So that is why it's so coloured. Which is extremely yellow.
The orange, or it was white with an orange film. No, it was orange, then it went to white with an orange film. Back to orange with the GTI car. And now it's gone to yellow. It almost looks like the safety car.
You're a little lacking in lights.
And the Danish flag on the top. I do like the Danish flag.
I did mention it.
I just thought I'd mention it again.
Well, I mean, it's good that you spotted it. It's interesting the ID Team Sport car staying behind the Corvette here. The Aston, I'd have thought, would have got past the Corvette that way. Here's Tom. What can Tom Olmenenga do in the number 94 car? He can sparkle on the ground. That's the second of our... Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh, I was going to say, like, some of the spots that you mentioned is a couple of the prototype cars were running rather low on Wi-Fi, not this 48.
Very true indeed. And considering how stiff the suspension has to be, and how little downforce they have, they still spark away really nicely. We look at James in the Sorel car, back on board with Tom Ormaninger. One example of a car just gluing itself in
We can see that he has updated the thumbnail image. That all started back from, I think it was the first round of the season when he had written C-Ring. Or I think I started a joke with the Discord server on to make the best thumbnail. And it was some silly joke like, if we use it, I'll give you £20 million or something like that, because obviously I wouldn't use it. And then Tom put up that brilliant thing, which was just GTR24H, wherever we were for the first round, Suzuka. And then every round he just crossed out the name of the track and put a new one in.
But we do have someone that is very kindly given his time to come and have a chat, because it's always a pleasure to chat to Gert Nelson. Go off and Gert. I can't hear Gert. Production working on it. Right, Gert, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, fine.
We can. So change of car for this time, Gert. What triggered that?
We got a better offer for Ferrari, so and BMW couldn't match it, so no, just a joke. We thought the Ferrari was a better car than the BMW, so that's the reason.
Awesome. So it's really paying off well for you up in the second at the moment.
I will say so. So a big surprise for us to be at that end of the table, but that's nice.
And I can see you're in the studio this time. Are you? Is it usually your own?
Yeah. But now we are 4 teams meeting here in Fredericia, in Denmark, and and so we have our own LAN event here. So
Awesome. Really wish we could have been there with you.
Yeah, that has been nice. But,
yeah.
Maybe another year.
So, have you got an idea on who starts in the race or driver lineup at all? Or
we have Jan Bøsgaard is starting the race tomorrow, and it's also him that has set this time we have now. And right now it's Michael Bernberg that is out to race, and then later on, I think after they qualify, I will do some more practice and And
you're just giving them a chance, Gert. That's very sporting.
Yeah, I think so. And we also have Jesper Michael Slot driving in our car. So we are 4 people to take this event.
Oh, we really, really look forward to that. It's great to see several new things being tried. Are you thinking on running the Ferrari next season?
Yeah, I think so. Unless, I have bought the new BMW M4, but that's not allowed to use in this. So we hope maybe next year it will be in the competition, and then we will see how that's go. But right now it's Ferrari. I think that's a nice car to drive it.
We look forward to seeing the Teleforeningen squad doing well. Thank you very much, Gert.
Yeah,
best of luck.
You're welcome. It's only because I saw you was confused about our new car, so I think just say
only because I'm so used to seeing the BMW out there, and I initially thought that we got it wrong on the website, and I thought, and then Peter has now lined up a nasty punishment for me, I'm sure. Yeah. It's clearly doing you well, and we really look forward to seeing how you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a nice evening. Bye.
Excellent. It's always great to hear from our drivers. That's Gert Nelson from the 108 Teleforeningen Ferrari now. I get a pat on the back. I haven't upset anybody yet. Give it a while. I'll do it.
That's Peter's punishment. You were going to get 3 pats, but it's only 1 now.
Oh, goodness me. It's a good-looking car, though. That livery works very, very well on the Ferrari. But then it's a Ferrari. What isn't going to work well on it?
I think I have seen a few Ferraris that don't work. Peter's saying he can name a few things. I think it's in the livery that I did on my Ferrari yeah, that is not probably a good thing to know. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, then you know.
Moving on.
And once you've seen, drop me a DM.
I wouldn't recommend it by the sound of that.
Oh, Jesper Pedersen, he's on an absolute flyer because you can see that the rear end is right on the limit of grip to make his way through the Porsche curbs, and now he's just got 2 chicanes remaining.
Oh, just by a few pixels keeps the car legal coming through the end of the corner. It goes now into Denmark. What can he do? Sparking away. We're not used to seeing the cars continually write their name into the tarmac into the braking zone. Oh, it's that last bit there that always looks like it hurts when they hit it. Is it an improvement? Yes, it is. It's a 318.438 from Jesper Pedersen.
That is a whole 9/10 per second quicker than his previous best, and he's essentially saying to James Howe. Actually, considering I'm from Britain, I have no idea how to
That's Howe.
Is that Howe? Okay, it's James Howe. So XRL Esports now 2.5 seconds off the pace lead. They're going to need to find a whole bunch more after that's longer of that.
And as we look at the multicoloured Gadget Husa car, it's the first time we've seen it in the broadcast. Only 73 thousandths off the back of the 404 Glam Racing Audi. We are at the top of the first hour of qualifying. 1 down, 3 to go. So 1 left in this particular session. Let's have a word from our commercial sponsors.
2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online. Or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info. Or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
The GTR24H webshop is more than just a merchandise store. Our concept of racing proverbs carries a wide selection of t-shirts, cups and posters with selected proverbs from the racing and sim racing universe. If you are looking to have everyone recognize your passion for racing right away, try one of the t-shirts from the racing proverbs category. The current introduction sale runs until August 29th. You can also find copies of our race posters and podium posters available as both paper and metal plate posters, as well as jigsaw puzzles for both teams and fans alike. Have a look. Visit shop.gtr24h.org.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 24 Hours of Le Mans, the final round. 2022 EEWC here at GTR24H. We are halfway through the first qualifying session, the daytime qualifying session. It's myself, Chris Buxton, and Yusuf Bin Sahel in the commentary box for the next hour. Though then, we've seen quite a few cars, some newcomers coming, or existing team with new cars. We've seen the existing team fielding a second car in some instances. Yeah, this could completely reform the form book. I'm really happy about this.
I think most notably seeing the XRL Esports car during the season of racing with previously as well round 5 of the championship being the DPI class. But now we've got an XRL Esports car in the LMP2 class as well. Viaduct can make their return for their second round in the GT3 class. They actually finishing the last round in the 4th place, so maybe he can go one higher and make their way into the podium. Mitchie Hoyer exploring just to test how much grip there is on the gravel at the end of the Mulsanne straight. And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think he found much grip.
Can't park there, sir. Let's have a look at it again. He's testing literally everything, and wow, he missed that by, I think it's fair to say, quite some distance. It looked like it was a long way off, but at that speed, it might not have actually been by that far.
So I don't think he actually missed his braking zone, because I think if he missed his braking zone, he would have missed like 10 meters or so over the shot, and it wouldn't have looked as spectacular as that. I reckon because the braking entry at the end of the Mulsanne straight is going through a slight kick, I reckon he got the back end a little bit unstable as he was getting on the brakes, and as a result, he had to lift off the brakes midway through the corner. Just let the car stay in the corner back and that's my assumption.
Wow, Team Iris finally come back to us. We last saw them at round 2 only at Monza. I'm so pleased that we have got the number 7 car back with us. Looks like they've changed their driver since last time. I mean, it was a while ago when we last saw them. Fantastic. I'm really pleased. And also going for an exploratory route. I mean, it's been a while since they've been in the car, so they've got some cobwebs to shake off.
They didn't like the left-right chicane, so they wanted to do the tyre barrier right-left chicane instead.
I want to do the old circuit. I could go straight forward in my day. I'm going forward. So, well, that's what I would say. Not knowing how old these drivers are, I probably don't remember any other layout of Le Mans other than this one. But it's great to see that Team Iris are back with us. Again, coming back to reforming the form book. Again, because we haven't seen them in quite a while, and we think they've got a completely different driver lineup. We generally have no idea where to expect the Iris car to appear. So more unknowns in this mixture. Can't wait.
So seeing Thomas Abascal out on circuit, as you mentioned, Iris only having raced in one race this season. That is the number 7 Iris car. So the number 77 Iris car has been in at least 3 of the rounds of this season. Masasaka, Monza, and Sebring a 3rd, a 5th, and a 5th. And as whispered in my ear, we haven't seen it for the last 2 rounds. Both Iris cars making a return for the big showdown here at Le Mans. We'll see whether either of them can slip their way up into the stretch.
There's the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. You can see the driver lineup there. We don't know at any given time who's behind the wheel of the car, which, as I said before, is a fairly common theme for this event, because a number of our teams for this event are all in a centralized location, and several teams are actually in the very same location. So I'm sure if there's been hopefully if there's a driver incident between them, they don't end up launching things at each other through different routes. So hopefully they don't resort to that sort of thing, which I'm sure won't be the case. I'm sure they will be very professional and give each other all the respect that they all deserve. But the DIS car, 1.8 seconds off of Wojtek Polesny in the Deuces car. Squad in GTE has always been a strong force. To miss the podium with 2 wins and 3 seconds, giving them a 26-point advantage over the MCM car, which currently sits in third, with Ivan Aguado having set the time so far. Of course, qualifying only has a small amount of importance, you could argue. Still want to gauge where you're set up, where drivers realistically sit in the pecking order before attack the 24 hours.
Sorry, I kind of missed middle part of what you were saying. So I heard some pecking order. I don't know what.
Okay, unfortunately, I lost a bit of what you were saying there as well.
In that case, then.
I can hear production, so certainly production to us is okay. It may well be for yourself, and so if you start hitting things and tweaking things, then see how you get on as we continue to watch the BIS Porsche getting really out of shape, finding the limit and exceeding the limit of traction coming through the final chicanes.
Well, I sort stuff out. Chris, would you like to talk to Tom Oliver?
I would happily see Mr. Olmenmenger.
I will
the pilots of the 94 car. Wonderful.
Oh, I don't have it.
There he
There
is.
you go.
Tom, can you hear us? Oh, hang on. Production need to press a button so that he can communicate to us. There he is. Tom, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Your beautiful dulcet tones once again gracing us here at GTR24H. Well, you're kind of picking up what you always leave off, don't you? Once again at the top of the tree in the LMP2s, but you've got a few more playmates this time.
Yes. Well, I guess it's good to see. We'll have a battle on our hands.
Sorry, Tom. Sorry to cut you off. Just as I said that, we saw one of them sliding backwards in the top of the shot. So,
oh dear,
maybe the wrong phrase. And there is somebody sat with missing a wheel. So there's been a bit of trouble after an arch. But sorry, carry on, Tom. So, how's the feeling in the burst camp today?
Better prepared than for most races. We've actually had some time to prepare, so I guess the feeling is good. But in these past few weeks, we only saw XRL driving around, so we have sort of an idea of what their pace is, what they can do, unless they've been sandbagging. But all the other teams, well, they're only showing up now, so it's going to be a surprise how fast they're going to be and how hard we're going to have to fight for it.
It being Le Mans, of course, every endurance fan loves this circuit, knows every bump and every blade of grass well. Does that help in the overall preparation for a race like this? You already know what the circuit's going to demand. Does that make setting up the car any easier, or do you still approach it with the same level of determination and time and practice that you do any other race?
Honestly, I've not driven here a lot, and every time it was basically in a completely different car, so we actually had to spend quite a bit of time to sort of dial in the setup. We couldn't use old setups for this car or whatever, so that was actually quite a big part of our preparation.
You're giving everybody else a chance. That's very sporting of you, Tom.
Sure, let's put it that way.
So Damien's out there at the moment. Have you got an idea on who's starting the race tomorrow?
Yeah, it's probably going to be Damien again.
Are you taking the midnight shift again?
I should check the schedule. I think we've just
would
about
help you to
finished it. Yeah. I know for sure that I'll be doing some driving early on, but I'm not sure about the midnight part.
Fair enough, fair enough. So, well, I mean, obviously your primary target is 7.9 axle, but they seem to be struggling to get up to pace at the moment. Are you looking at the times? Are you trying to evaluate where you sit right now, or is it too early to think about that? Are you waiting till the second qualifying session is done?
No, we're already starting. Like it looked like they were initially they were just doing a stint, or at least some laps of a stint. So immediately you take a look at their lap times. Like I was doing quali laps, and in the meantime, Damien was updating me on their potential race pace. But then pretty quickly, it looks like they're going for quali laps.
So you'll have to fight for it then. So you really are thinking there's going to be a battle. You're not thinking you're just going to run off into the distance this time.
No, you can never. Sorry, I'm having some technical issues here. No, you can never expect to run away with it, because then you get complacent. So, like from day one, we were expecting a really hard fight, even though, yeah, it's only tomorrow, I guess, we'll see the true pace of all the others. But we're going to go in 100%, and we'll see where we end up, because that's, like, pace is one thing, but in a 24-hour race, like, who's going to finish, what issues are you going to run into? Things are out of your control as well, so... yeah.
Awesome stuff. Well, we very much look forward to seeing the progress of the number 94 car. So, thank you very much, Tom Allmendinger. Best of luck to the best esports bidder squad.
So, I believe we did see a car in the wall. Apparently, a few drivers have been thrown off the server due to some game issues, but hopefully they'll all get resolved relatively quickly. We're taking a look at the DSR Gadgethurst.dk car as it makes its way on to the Mulsanne Straight, and it can really stretch out those Corvette legs. DSR Gadgethurst currently sitting in P4, and we're talking not by a large amount either, just 700ths off the lap time that's set by Ulrich Oyer in the 404 Glamour.
Very true. So again, the GT car is proving very, very close. But Tom made a very valid point. Overall pace isn't the biggest differentiating factor in a 24-hour race. It's nice to have. It's important to have, but it's you don't necessarily need to have the very fastest thing over a single lap, because if you're then off into the dust every other lap, your pace is ruined anyway. So consistency is always going to be king. So that's what we're going to be really looking forward to seeing, especially with quite a few unknown factors. It seems with as we see.
Hello, Dylan.
Well, hello, Dylan. Yes, the Juices number 488 Aston. That's one of our new entrants. I was just literally coming on to say, teams with new cars, new drivers, or changing of cars.
He was playing turn lower. That's what he was doing.
Yes, absolutely. So, yeah, hopefully everybody is able to reappear. Unfortunately, we did have a bit of a technical trouble. There's the B32 car. So we haven't seen that one in a while, but great to see the black and orange McLaren is back with us. So again, we just don't know realistically the pecking order. We have a bit of an idea. Obviously with the timings being a little bit upset with the issue we've suddenly had. So at the moment, Teleforeningen would love to start at the top of the tree, but they really weren't that far behind it in the new Ferrari.
And it's been a big shame as well for B32 Racing, missing out in 2 rounds this season for the last 2 If they had finished even third in both of those races, we'd be seeing them sitting on around 81 points, only 3 points behind Glam Racing, in with a shout of winning the championship as well. So it's a bit of a shame for B32 that they're all the way down in P5, but they can still gain quite a few places in the championship. Looking at realistically maybe a P3, P4, a very realistic opportunity for them. Just 1 point behind CKR Racing, as this is DSR Gadgethurst just down into Indianapolis. Rear end snaps out on them through the curve as they get onto the brakes, and into the tyre wall they go.
Yeah, quite a bit snapped on that occasion. A bit of car restyling going on there for the Corvette as we now switch to the 404 Glam Racing Audi. And Nicoya back in command of the car. Josh Hughes, PTO XRL, new LMP2 entry. There's the B32 car chasing. That's one of the Deuce's Astons that he's. Now there's two of them. I have no idea which one it is. I know it's not the Telefueningen car because that's a Ferrari, and that's also in the different class, whereas that's an Aston, so that's GTE. So yeah, I've got quite a few things to learn. It's taken me this long to learn where we currently were, let alone all the new things we're coming up. But that's the joy of this series. You can, we embrace these changes that have come along. Production, but we commentators certainly do. We love seeing new faces, new team combinations, new cars, whatever it is. We love seeing people getting involved in the EEWC.
I was going to say, just for next season, we should have a special season where every single round the teams switch drivers between themselves and they change deliveries as well. Just so that
you evil man. You evil man.
It'd be so difficult for us. It'd be worse than just coming in afresh because you're used to something from before as well.
Yeah.
So I personally would like to see it, but here comes Dylan Carver then for GT Motorsport. We saw that little off that he had at the start of the lap, so this is not going to be a quick lap. He's going to make his way around the corners against to start a hot lap. What? Doesn't have enough fuel. Into the pits he will.
Indeed. This is always one of the things of trying to cover racing or qualifying particularly at Le Mans, is that you think someone's about to start a hot lap, you get all excited, and they turn into the pit. That's not specific to Le Mans, I grant you, but because of where the pit lane entry is, it always catches you. There's Mitchy Hoyer, we saw doing some exploring earlier on, but still at the top of the tree. So despite the slight hiccup we had earlier on, no one has lost their times. All of the previously set qualifying times are still there, so it's not like everybody has to completely restart doing qualifying.
I think also with that, does that mean, Peter, do the drivers still need to be in the server at the end of the session? Because I know that's also the drivers.
We will have their times, that's good.
Okay. So Peter has said that if we've got any questions regarding this, to ask but so do not ask Peter.
You are being cruel.
I'm always cruel. I mean, as we all know, cruelty is the best way to get you, right?
It's certainly a way of getting attention. I grant you that. Whether it's the attention you're actually aiming for remains to be seen. Anyway, we're looking at Damien Scovron then in the number 94 Burst Esports Sun.
Burst Esports good ass sunglasses.
Thank you. And there he is. Even having a moment to look across to us. It looks like he's looking at us. I'm sure he isn't. I mean, Le Mans at least gives you those moments of long straights to be able to do that. I'm sure if we say something derogatory, we might get a slightly different.
Let's not do that.
No. So, he's got a Kindle Fire on his right shoulder. So he's doing a lap and reading a book at the same time. That's talent. That's very, very talented.
It's like how to go faster through a corner, or if it's just.
I'm not sure he needs help with that. I really don't think that Damien Scovron needs any help in that.
You can always get faster, right?
True, I suppose. True, unless you're me, and then you just the more you try, the slower you get. It's like you've never seen me sim race. It's the same. It's the same if I ever try. Last time I tried ice skating, which was like 3,000 years ago. The more I tried it, the worse I got. And me ice skating, imagine a hippo on a frozen lake, and you get the idea. So it just gets gradually worse, and that's how my sim racing tends to go as well.
I've never actually gone ice skating. It's something that I do want to do at some point. It's not something that I want to do with any of my friends or family around, but it is something that I would like to do at some point.
but you're racing it in the karting world, aren't you? Is Milton? Is it? Where is it you've been doing a lot of karting recently?
I've been doing karting Club 100, so they go around to a whole bunch of circuits. One being
Milton Mill, not Milton Will, as I was actually trying to say.
Not Milton Will, no. Actually off to Ella Park on Sunday this weekend. This is Henrik Hoyer, who is going slow, and now he's going fast as we speed up.
Oh, no.
And it's exactly what we saw before from one of the other GT cars. Can we get an onboard? Because I can actually just talk about what happens for maybe some of our viewers who are less familiar with sim racing. I'm not really sure how that happens. If we get the onboard, we get to see exactly when the steering wheel starts to snap, which just makes it a bit easier to highlight when the car starts to lose the tarmac.
And it's really easy to lose traction there because you're trying to turn and brake, so the car's already unsettled, and this circuit is not exactly pristine flat. It's a lot of it's public roads, so it's one of these things that will catch numerous people out, and that's the second one we've seen in just the first qualifying session. There'll be a number of other discarded bits of car, not even GT cars, just discarded bits of something in that particular barrier throughout the course of the weekend.
Out of curiosity, does that make the
Street circuit would be... Okay, we'll come back to that in a minute. So, on board then, with on the coil. Screaming on down towards Indianapolis. And there it goes. Slightly too... Well, from that perspective, it looked like you just turned slightly too long.
Yeah, so it's a case of that rear end's getting a little bit light through the corner. The question I don't know is, because I haven't driven this particular car, is how early you've got to get on the brake. See, it could be a case of while you're going through that road right hand, you've got to be trail braking to slow the car down before you Indianapolis, which is that left-hander that spun just before. So these cars will be running with the brake bias right hand. And by that, you don't want the brake bias too far forward. So if you go too far forward, you're going to be rocking the front tyres, and as a result, you're going to be tyres are moving for their own health, and it's also going to make you slower and relax. You tend to run the brake bias a little bit more towards the rear. What that does mean, though, is if you jump on the brakes, that rear end will step out on you.
Oh.
And Ben Swartz, how has he done that? That is fairly far down the Mulsanne straight.
Is it? Or is that right at the beginning by Tetra Rouge? Well, that's
I've never
New
heard Peter Monkholm say that many whoa-whoa-whoas in all my life.
I mean, that was quite an impressive impact. We'll catch up with... I wonder whether he's done that at Tetra Rouge. He's gone too wide on the entry to the Mulsanne. Oh, it's Mitty Hoyer is doing some more along here. Well, there he is. Whoa, that's horrible to drive. No, I think that might actually be... I don't think I was actually where I thought it was. That might have been...
You know what? I vote that we should have like one step of the race at the moment, or at any circuit in general, should be with the LMP cars driving without a rear end. It is so entertaining to watch them, being so tentative around corners because that rear end will just flick out on them with a moment's notice with no rear downforce at all.
You might struggle to find some support for your notion. Oh, there goes Bence again. So that's the spin we've just seen. Unfortunately. Now, in case you're wondering why he's not just hitting escape and going back to the pits instantly, there's a very good reason for it. It is not allowed in the rules. If you do that, that will end your qualifying session. We actually saw Henrik Hoyer do exactly that in the 404 Ram Racing car. We've seen drivers in the past do that out of frustration or out of habit. It ends your qualifying session. So, whoa, steady. But Bence has managed to wrestle the car back to the pit.
What we just saw there from Ben Swartz is actually what I did when I was the pace car driver last year at Le Mans, and I had to come back to this. I went off into the pit lane the exact same way that
I too have gone off the road as a pace car in sim racing world. I think it was at Daytona. I got a little bit too giddy, too excited, and I had a few pointed fingers and laughing at me. I just kept saying, "Nothing to see here. Leave me alone." So yes, you aren't alone there, as we are at the bottom of another half hour. So just 30 minutes ago, so before...
Here's a replay for Boatsport.
Because that's lag causing his motor to drip. What on earth? Okay, so he'd already lost the rear wing before he'd even got to Tetra Ridge.
So what happened is he went over the curb on the exit, and that unset the car, and I think he just got on the power as he would have been. Normally the rear end was already a little bit outside. He went over the curb as well, so the left rear tyre dips over the curb, and I think it's a combination of both of those things. And it was the slightest of touch with the warning. It's kind of crazy how that actually knocked his rear end.
That he did, but he did manage to recover that back to the car in the back to the pit in the correct way. So with that said, let's have our last commercial break of this particular qualifying session. So let's have another word from our commercial sponsors.
2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
The GTR24H webshop is more than just a merchandise store. Our concept of racing proverbs carries a wide selection of t-shirts, cups and posters with selected proverbs from the racing and sim racing universe. If you are looking to have everyone recognize your passion for racing right away, try one of the t-shirts from the Racing Proverbs category. The current introduction sale runs until August 29th. You can also find copies of our race posters and podium posters available as both paper and metal plate posters, as well as jigsaw puzzles for both teams and fans alike. Have a look. Visit shop.gtr24h.org.
ladies and gentlemen, to the final half an hour of the, thank you, Yusuf, of the first qualifying session here with Le Mans for the final round, 2022 EEWC. Now, hopefully, waiting in the wings, we do have another interview ready to go. Hopefully, we're
Waiting in the pause.
waiting in the. Really?
Cats don't have wings.
Cats don't have wings. That is very true. Now, Maria Vinhack has very kindly offered to come and have a chat with us, which is great to see. We always enjoy speaking to Maria. So if we can get Maria, if you join us in the GTR TeamSpeak channel, and we shall get production to do the business. You know how this process works. Now, and there she is. Wait to let's just press the button. And there she is. Good evening, Maria. How are you?
I'm good. Just gonna turn you off on here because I need echo 2 seconds. Done.
So, not only is the cat asleep, which is a great disappointment.
I know, sorry.
So how's everything going? Obviously, we did see Yonrik have a bit of a moment that then he hit escape, went back to the pits. Were you kind of calling an end to your qualifying session, or
Yeah,
did that
we
rather force you
were
to-
called off by race control to get off the track.
How? I'm going to have words. That's just not wrong. We can't do that to you. We do it to everybody else, but not to you.
Well, they did. I went up to them, asked, is it over? Yes, get off the track now.
Fair enough. Oh, goodness me. So, what are the thoughts ahead of this racing? Because when we spoke to you last time at Spa, it was so close between you and the 585, you and the Volante car. Still an outside chance? Are you still within a possibility of claiming the championship? Are you thinking about that at this point? Or is it just figure it out when the laps are done?
Well, we know that the Audi is not fast on the straight, so we know that we are not gonna drive fast there, and thankfully Tech 585 has the same advantage, so thankfully on that. I don't know what I want from this race because we have had a weird week leading up to this one, a very, very weird week.
Okay.
We Sunday had 4 drivers. 2 then decided to leave us. So we were down to 2 drivers because only 2 of our normal 5 drivers could drive this race. So yeah, then we found another one that bailed on us on Tuesday evening. So Tuesday evening, me and Henrik sat basically going through every friend on Facebook that Henrik knew did sim racing, and on forums everywhere, Facebook and Studio 397, and yeah. Then we found a Nick Newcomb.
Wow.
And
Wow.
well, he was in there, but he wasn't sure. But he's now driving for us, and then we have a lovely Australian guy that's also going to drive for us.
Nice. I was going to volunteer Yusuf. I was going to offer him to 404 because you sure as hell wouldn't want me. I would be the biggest liability you've ever had.
Can I just say, Peter, can you bring my camera back up momentarily? Can I just say, the sim rig is ready to go. If you need a call up there, I'm good in shot.
Well,
Excellent.
Yusuf, next time I'll come to you, so no worries.
I won't spin into the pit lane like I did with Sink, so that's a problem.
I'm not jealous.
Okay.
I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous.
Well, you could share a spot. We'll just talk to race control about that.
You would not want me anywhere near your car. Trust me.
Well, me and Henrik were the night to Wednesday at 3 o'clock actually considering putting me in the car.
That I would love to see.
No, you
might
wouldn't.
not.
No, you wouldn't.
You might not. We'd have loved to have seen that. So now with hopefully a bit more of a stable driver lineup, what's the feeling heading into the second qualifying session? Is everybody really? I guess, how seriously do you take the qualifying session? Is it just one of these things you just get through, or do you really try and still push harder?
Well, right now I just think let's just get it over with, because it's a long race, it's 24 hours, so who knows what's gonna happen. But yeah, Lee is gonna go in for the next one, maybe Henrik, but yeah, let's just see. Let's just see what happens. Tomorrow is the big day, and then what matters.
Very, very true. We will be keeping a very close eye on that. We've just seen the viaduct and
yeah, I just saw that on my screen.
Try and reshape itself rather violently with no rear wing. Maria, it's always a pleasure to have a chat to you, and please do furnish me with the wonderful little things you always fire across to me on Discord. It's always a great pleasure to do. If nothing else, to see the cat.
No worries. I'll see if I can find him today.
Magnetak. Thank you very much, Maria Reinhardt.
You're welcome. Enjoy.
We certainly shall. We have less than 20 minutes of this session to go. That's the daylight qualifying session. Coming up to final throws. What's the B32 McLaren done? What? Pretty dramatically and headbutted the ball. That's never. We're seeing quite a lot of heavy right feet going on with not a lot of wings to counteract it. Oh, viaducted again.
They went reversing across the track practically with how they impacted.
And they were reversing really quickly as well. They were absolutely flying backwards, I noticed.
Did you know, Chris, there is a really good video on YouTube of how some racing started back in Zandvoort, which was reverse racing. So people would just get their cars and they would reverse around the circuit, and it was beautiful. There were some absolutely fantastic moments that that occurred. In the end, it got banned because people turned around their differentials so that they essentially had 5 gears. So they're putting it into normal gears would make them reverse, and they were driving at like 100 miles an hour plus in reverse, which just got too dangerous, so it got banned.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
Good grief, that's kind of Group B rallying level of lunacy.
Yep.
They were fantastic machines. They really were.
Yes. Incredible. Incredibly dangerous, but still
incredible. Oh, yeah. Oh, very, very dangerous, yeah.
I'd love to have it going. Maybe not on a rally circuit or rally course, but I would still love to have it going.
Yeah. I've seen replicas racing, but not I can't imagine there's very many genuine articles.
Alex Goldschmidt, you are an absolute gem. He's found the link.
I've just seen
as well.
I've just seen that, and I can confirm that Yusuf bin Sahili is not making that up. You have to go back to kind of the 70s somewhere, or even the 60s potentially. The video doesn't actually say, but yeah, there's various cars of various descriptions, ignoring the track for a lot of it, and just
the very interesting thing with reverse racing is because you have rear axle steering. Your steering is very positive, so your car turns very abruptly compared to if you're driving normally. So you've got to drive in a completely different style to if you're driving forward.
Somewhat. Unfortunately, we have hit a bit of a snag with the. Okay, so yeah, we have got a bit of a technical hiccup, which has meant we have had to stare at the start. Unfortunately. But thankfully not a huge amount of qualifying left. Well, there we go. Just 15 and a half minutes to go. We still have... It's not, unfortunately, something in our control. So we've done what we can, server side, to try and replicate the issue. Replicate the issue? No. Fix the issue. Replicating the issue would seem not to be the issue. Words. Correct words is what I'm actually after. But we're doing what we can to try and hammer the thing back into submission. But we do have cars back out on circuit. 15 minutes to go. Michi Hoyer for burst at the top of the DPI tree, just 2 seconds ahead of James Howard in the XRL car. and Denis Sashenko in the Unison car in third in DPI. So we'll have a look at our other classes when we have the opportunity to check in with them and seeing who is ready to roll. As Maria was saying, qualifying is one of these things for a 24-hour race you just kind of get over and done with. But even still, you still want to try and see where you are and where the pecking order at least will start you, if nothing else.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you're looking towards about 6 drivers per class. At the end of the day, starting a few rows down doesn't make a huge difference. Even when you look towards some shorter races, it's only when you're really in a particular class, about 20, that you find yourself losing a lot of time being caught up in traffic and you qualify further down the field than you would otherwise. So this is more a case of bragging rights, that extra point or extra tickets, I should say, double points on offer for being able to secure pole and just having a bit of a gauge to see where you are relative to everyone else. But as we heard earlier on from Tom Alderman, there is a difference between pace and race pace. Qualifying pace and race pace. Qualifying pace is how fast you do it. Race pace is, can you do that every single lap within a tenth of a second of each other, or maybe a bit more than a tenth of the fuel is dropping and the tyres are wearing, but can you do that consistently over the entire hour? And that all comes down to how well the cars are set up, how good the drivers themselves are to be able to consistently pump in those kind of times without eating out too much of their time.
That's the major thing, isn't it? It comes back to being consistent, being able to manage all the aspects of the car to get you to the end of the race, not necessarily to the top of the time charts. Yeah, it's nice, but sorry, I got completely put off there by production suddenly going, it's a blimp, and yeah, I can confirm it's a blimp.
Yeah.
And the helicopter there as well.
Wow. This is incredible.
Yeah, production is happy now. That's a tick box made somewhere in camera operation 101.
Wait until you see the golden eagle.
we have some GT3 qualifying times here. So this is how, of course, they currently sit. Azatec at the top of the tree. The CKR number 30 McLaren in second at the moment, just half a second behind. Of course, that is taking the average time, assuming no time is set in qualifying 2, which we know is not going to be the case. So you can take just the raw qualifying comparison of this session and the numbers on the brackets on the left-hand side, or the average on the right-hand side. At this point, the average is fairly pointless, but you get what I mean. So, Telefoninen in their new Ferrari in third, with DSR Gadget Huset determined to reshape their car. Currently in fourth with the ID Simsport Ferrari, a new entrant to the series. They have the GTE Porsche, and now they have the GT3 Ferrari. They are in fifth, Glam Racing in sixth, with DIS Sim Racing lap 7, B32 in eighth, the Viaductson car at the tail end of the GT3s as it stands right now. Can we have a
still a bit surprised by that ID Sport car change or class change, because they were running fourth in the GT Championship and only 9 points behind DIS Sim Racing, and now
they still have the Aston. They have that's a new car, not a replacement car. the Aston's still there, so they are still very much in the hunt for the GTE crown. Speaking of, can we have a look at our GTE qualifying times? Let's see if this is going to play ball or whether it's going to argue with production again. It looks like it's going to be the former. Or is it? Nope. Okay, so the production are actually still trying to resolve the issues with the actual server before we head to the second. Well, not the server, with the actual internet connection the server has to use. So Juices at the top of the GTE class. There's the ID Simsport Aston in second. There's the DIS Sim Racing Porsche in third. MCM are with us again in fourth, and the second Juices car. So both of their Astons have exactly the same livery, so I will have no idea which one is which when we look at them, which makes my life even more interesting. Different wing mirrors. Oh, lovely. That's duly noted. We'll have a look at that when we can. Okay, LMP2. If we can, let's have a look at how they currently sit. Is, unsurprisingly, it's the number 94 up top. Sem 9 Axel now have got their car into gear. Up into second, Deuce is third, XRL, their new entry into fourth, and the return in Team Irish car in fifth position in number 7 LMP2 car. And finally, the DPIs. Look at where they sit. Just a few of those to talk about. It's Burst at the top again, not by a huge amount over the XRL car number 48, ahead of the Unison number 17. That is how the field currently looks. Well, Yusuf Bin Sahel, this certainly paints an interesting picture heading into this weekend's race. If nothing else, it paints an interesting picture leading into the second nighttime qualifying session. Very true. As we look at Martin Kasperczyk piloting the 585 Azatec Audi, has been the class of the GT3 field, but it hasn't had. The Volanti team haven't had everything their own way. They have been chased pretty hard, primarily by Glam Racing and the 404 Audi, who sit in second position. The advantage is definitely with the red and black Audi at this point in time. But we'll see. The race is a very, very long time. It takes a whole day to go through, believe it or not. And with a clock change in the middle, well, that won't actually make an awful lot of difference because you're still racing for 24 hours. It just makes the time look extended. But either way, it's still advantage Kasperczyk, but it's good to see number 13, Leandro Vela, Seiko and our Brazilian squad are back with this. It's not an ideal line into the final chicane for Kasperczyk. Just taking his time, winding up for could be his last run. Less than 7 minutes remain now of his first qualifying session.
That is when he gets close one can try almost half a second clear of Carver in his Motorsport club, who are doing a little bit worse than we
Still time to get that resolved. Oh, fired up to it again. And, well, I mean, they've really done that properly. Detaching a wheel from the car.
That is surprising. Maybe Viaduction are just
extreme weight saving. I mean, I know weight is the enemy of food, but some bits are kind of necessary. Wheels certainly fall into that category. As I'm with Aguado in the fourth place MCM Motorsport Aston. See how we get on. Yeah, is that going to make a huge amount of difference here? Who knows?
I mean, to be honest, when you think about the aerodynamics of the car, wing windows kind of get in the way of that.
5 minutes to go, so final laps in. The team's getting ready for their final laps, completing the ones they're on or getting ready to start their final runs. There's Denis Sashenko in the number 17 Unison DPI car. 1.3 seconds to find. So he goes in on the XLL Esports number 48 of James Howard. He said that time quite a while ago. And the 17 car yet to find that little bit extra, which is far easier said than done. It's when you've got a field as competitive as this. Oi! That's not ideal!
Oh no!
Oh, Iris! No! You were far better sitting still for that. And that's pretty bad show, unfortunately. The Iris car, and that's going to make for an unhappy Unison squad, but they still have another qualifying session to try and at least mitigate that damage.
That was a little bit of a smack in the tail like what was it? Last year or the year before that, when he pulled out in front of Lance Stroll. And I mean, that's just the Irish driver thinking that because it's clear, he must have had a look and then not see Denis Sashenko making his way around the corner. You just got to jump on the brakes. Denis Sashenko, I think, did the right thing. He looked for the gap, went for it. Obviously, the car stayed still, and then the car starts moving, and that's when you think, this is not going to end well.
By that point, it's all too late. You've committed to the line. So we'll see then how last laps. Well, Wachenko, that car's already wounded. He's still pressing on. I'm assuming he's going to be coming into the pits unless he's just determined to do another flying lap in that car. Surely he's going to bring that in after what was quite a whack in number 17. Is he? Yes, he is. Yeah, I thought he would. So that's the end of the day for the Unison car. We will not have time to bring the car in, get it patched up, and back on the road again.
They don't have an outlet on that. So you don't want to put too much fuel in the car, especially if you're adding on fuel for another lap. Less you could put it in fuel for another 2-3 laps. So just the one lap of fuel, one hot lap, one chance. They can work while you get back into the pit, and now with 2 minutes on the clock, not enough time on the card here is James Howe, currently sitting in second, 2.3 seconds of Richie Hoyer's best time going down.
They'd probably be called worse, especially when you get it wrong. Richie Hoyer, 4 burst, already on the top spot for DPI. Can they secure that top spot? Already one hand on the trophy, and I think even if they actually get the pole and then just do one lap and park it, that would actually be sufficient. Of course, they're not going to do that. They are here to race, and we will enjoy the racing action they put on for us all through the race tomorrow. We will go past the duties Hastings. Is Mitty Hoyer finally in more time? Just 65 seconds remaining on the clock. What has Damien Scovron in the sister burst car done? And when the replay kicks in, we will see. What's he done? He's had a moment at the Porsche curves, hasn't he?
Is this been choppy through as well?
Yes. no, that is news. So, Richie Hoyer still working his way through traffic, still pressing on. 30 seconds to go.
And just in case anyone is watching the what's the point of them the 2-second lead on Mitchie. That one's down the drain, just carrying too much speed through the Porsche curves, clips the wall on the outside, and it just sucks them out on Seth's car and completely throws off the ribbon for the next set of corners. But to go back to what I was saying before, it's still important for these drivers to recruit because this does not determine your starting position. We have 2 qualifying sessions, and the average lap time, the combined lap time, however you want to look at it, will determine the starting order. So while they might be a second ahead or half a second ahead, if they get the next qualifying session wrong, they'll be thankful for every extra tenth that they can find in this first qualifying session.
The checker flag is now out, so if anybody has anything left in the tank, they've got to deploy it now. There's Haug, to the end of the Mulsanne straight. Can he find that extra 2.3 seconds, which in general racing terms sounds like a lot, but over a lap length of 3 minutes 20, that is not a huge amount at all. That could be one corner exit, could make up at least half of that. You know, if you had a bad run from from Arnage all the way through here, for instance, you can easily lose a second or what have you. As we're now heading down towards Arnage, so I'm getting the corner names muddled up. So if you get, so here for instance, if you had a bad exit from here, you could easily lose a lot of time because you're carrying that mistake a very, very long way. Same as coming out of Tetra Rouge, you're carrying a mistake a very long way. So making up a gap such as 2.3 seconds might sound very daunting, but it could be just straightening out one corner. It could be just not making one specific mistake, which again is far easier said from the commentary position than done on the track.
When you think about exits onto long back straight, you've got the likes of the Baku back straight, you've got the China straight, one of the longest straights that there is. I think only the Baku straight is longer than it. You've got Bathurst, and here at Le Mans it's like you've got 3 of those straights dotted around the circuit, if not 4 of those straights. So there is so much time that can be found on corner exits, as here comes James Haug across the line, and I don't think that was an improvement.
Bit of a shame, as we now see Damien Scott-Ron in the Burst Esports Good Sunglasses car, leading the LMP2 class by 1.7 seconds, just under. Can he solidify that? We will see. Nothing else coming back to what you were saying earlier, Yusuf, about why would you continue to lap even if you're in the lead? I mean, you don't know what anyone else has got in the tank for a start. If anybody else has that one golden lap still to deploy, you don't know that. But equally, it's practice. And the more practice time you put in, the more consistently you can keep hitting that same race time, the better your race, or the better chances you'll have in the race.
And I don't know, I'm just excited for when we do eventually get through to the race. We've already spoken a little bit about how qualifying positions can affect the race, but it is still such a long race. We've seen time and time again just how crazy races can get when things look like they're settled down, when they look like they're done and dusted, and in the final hour, everything can change.
Oh yeah. Excuse me. Before we have a look at how the qualifying results have shaken down, let's have one last word from our commercial sponsors.
E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
The GTR24H webshop is more than just a merchandise store. Our concept of racing proverbs carries a wide selection of t-shirts, cups, and posters with selected proverbs from the racing and sim racing universe. If you are looking to have everyone recognize your passion for racing right away, try one of the t-shirts from the racing proverbs category. The current introduction sale runs until August 29th. You can also find copies of our race posters and podium posters available as both paper and metal plate posters, as well as jigsaw puzzles for both teams and fans alike. Have a look. Visit shop.gtr24h.org.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the digital snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting gtr24h.org/VPN.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the end of the first qualifying session for the final round of the 2022 EEWC here at GTR24H. We're, of course, at Le Mans to see this season out. Yusuf Bitzahel with me in the box, and we certainly have an interesting narrative, don't we, for not only the second session, which will be taking place in about 20 minutes' time, but also in the dark, and also for the race ahead of us tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm still just trying to get over because I feel like every time I look at the screen, Maria's sloth is getting larger and larger and more out of focus as well. It's being a little bit daunting.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. So let's have a look then at how the qualifying sessions finished, or how the qualifying session finished, I should say. As you can see in the background, the nighttime session is being set up. GT3 first, and it is the number 585, the Aztec Sim Sports car, that is on the top with 353.5. Then it is the returning number 13, the CKR Team McLaren. And then in third, it's the Gadget Husitz 777 Corvette. Then in fourth, the freshly recarred Californian squad, the 188, no longer BMW, it is now on a Ferrari. Along with the second ID Sinsport car, that is now the 199 Ferrari in fifth place. The Glam Racing Audi didn't have such a straightforward qualifying session. Did the black and purple Audi, was still hanging on in there, ready to do battle at Le Mans. Then in seventh is number 46 DIS Sim Racing Lab car, the number 46, again another new entrant into the series. Then the returning number 32 car, the B32 Racing black and orange McLaren. And finally the number 1, the Via Datsun bright yellow Corvette rounds out the GT3 lineup. On to GTE then. Head over to that now. Let's see who won out there. Well, there goes the Gadget Husitz car, actually all complete. We're determined to actually keep its rear wing on this time. It's Deuces, the number 74 car that has got the top spot, 348.038. Their time in the end. Then it is the ID Sinsport car we are very familiar with, the 166 in second place. Then it's the DIS Sim Racing Porsche, the number 45 in third. Then it's the MCM Motorsport number 27 in fourth. Then the second Deuces Motorsport Aston in the number 488 in fifth position. Onto our LMP2s. We've had a smattering of new New cars, new teams, new drivers, as we've mentioned throughout the broadcast thus far. That includes our LMP2 lineup. It's still Burst Esports Good Sunglasses, the number 94 at the top of the tree. 3:22.353 has been their qualifying time in the first session. Then it is the number 21, Sam 9 Axel, in second. In third is the number 15, the Deuces Motorsport Club car. Fourth is the new entry for XRL Esports, the number 88 LMP2 car. And then the returning number 7, the Team Iris car, we saw have a bit of an incident, shall we say, with one of the DPI cars. And speaking of DPI, just 3 of those ready to do battle at Le Mans. And I'll give you one guess on who's at the top. It is, of course, Best Esports Simplexity. The number 18 car, 3:18.438 their time. XRL in second in the 48 car, with Unison in the number 17 car, rounding out the 3 DPI entries.
XRL getting a good lap time in towards the end of the session, because remember, they were about maybe 2.5 seconds down on Burst Esports Simplexity. So right towards the end, XRL not close, but 6/10 off. If they can really pick things up, if Burst have a bad second qualifying session, who knows, maybe they can pit them for part. At the end of the day, they're both starting on the front row of the grid in the race, or first and third, so it's going to be close nonetheless. So as we mentioned before, this is one where it comes down to pride.
Very much so. Now you can see the cars out there just having a practice session, getting into the lobby now that it has been rehosted. The qualifying session has not begun yet. This is just a practice session to make sure that all the cars are in, everybody is ready and raring to go. Now I will add that the connection issues that server was experiencing at the end of the first qualifying session was not in our control. It was a internet service provider problem. They are having some scheduled maintenance. Of course, they would pick this weekend, wouldn't they? But that's another matter. So it really is out of our control. We've done everything we possibly can to try and keep the server as stable as possible, but internet service provider, that I'm afraid is out of our control. However, we will do exactly what we can to keep the show on the road. That is it from myself, Chris Buxton, for this qualifying session. I shall be handing the reins over to the magnificently gorgeous Alex Goldschmidt to take you through the nighttime quality session. He, of course, being joined by the deliciously gorgeous as well, Yusuf bin Sahel. And I will see you lovely people for race start tomorrow. That's going to be at 3 p.m. CEST. But we still have another qualifying session to do. So don't go anywhere. It's going to be good.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. racing for green.
The GTR24H webshop is more than just a merchandise store. Our concept of racing proverbs carries a wide selection of t-shirts, cups and posters with selected proverbs from the racing and sim racing universe. If you are looking to have everyone recognize your passion for racing right away, try one of the t-shirts from the racing proverbs category. The current introduction sale runs until August 29th. You can also find copies of our race posters and podium posters available as both paper and metal plate posters, as well as jigsaw puzzles for both teams and fans alike. Have a look. Visit shop.gtr24h.org.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the digital snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting gtr24h.org/VPN.
Welcome back, everyone, to the GTR24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship. Round 6 from Le Mans. I'm Yusuf Bin Sahel, and I am joined by Alex Goldschmidt, who is taking over from Chris Buxton. How you doing, Alex?
Yeah, very, very good, Yusuf. Good to be back for a short spelunk, only for this part of the qualifying session. And now we're in the depths of the pitch black here at Le Mans, which is going to be interesting mainly because of the different braking references the drivers are going to have to negotiate, and especially going down the Mulsanne straight through the Hunaudière into Mulsanne corner. It's pitch black. They've only got the headlights guiding them.
Absolutely, and maybe if they're lucky, some brake lights from a car slightly further up the road. Hopefully for them, a car that's either at the same pace or faster than them, because they won't want to be catching up to anyone during their qualifying lap. They won't want any additional distractions. And you bring up the old different braking zones, different braking markers, I should say, in the night. It's something that we always do bring up here at GTR24H for our qualifying sessions, because it does make that small difference. In terms of lap times, they usually stay relatively the same, but it is just a different track condition, let's say, for drivers to negotiate and mentally prepare for.
Indeed, the track temperature has quite actually cooled considerably since we were in the daytime. Ivan Iguarda gets very close to the wall on the outside of the Porsche curves. I mean, we saw both Damien Skovron and also Michi Hoyer both giving the barriers a clatter with the right-hand side of the vehicles. The thing that impressed me most from Michi was the fact it was both front and rear sides on the right-hand side, and he still kept the throttle planted, so still putting the hammer down. So that was quite impressive.
Even Aguado, we've seen his rear end stepping out multiple times over the lap. We are still in the practice session, so an opportunity for the drivers just to refamiliarize themselves with the circuit. We do know that some teams like to have a different drive route in the different qualifying sessions, give responsibility to multiple drivers, and other teams like to have a single driver out for both sessions.
Yeah, I still remember, well, I think this is my first appearance since Matsusaka, to be honest with you, at the beginning of the season. I still remember Michi Hoyer on a quali lap, still drinking from his mug with one hand on the wheel as he headed into 130R. That was actually one of the most comical moments I think that we've had all season long. But yeah, I mean, still, this is going to give the drivers a little bit of, as you say, it's practice at the moment, so it's going to give them a chance to adjust their peripheral vision to the conditions, as Banaguardo comes out of Tetra Rouge and then decides to hit the escape button and return to garage. So, and then a lesser MCM Motorsport, Aston Martin rapidly appears in the pit lane.
And that is something that drivers can do in this practice session, resetting into pits once we get into the qualifying sessions and the race as well. Drivers will not be able to reset to the pits. They have to drive their car, no matter how badly damaged it is, all the way back to pit lane. If they press the escape button, that is their qualifying session over. And Alex, you mentioned as well Mitchie drinking from his cup. I actually saw Tom Aldenmenger as well drinking from his cup, as we see one. That is the ID Sim Sport car through Tetra Rouge, rear end snaps out into the Armco Yugo.
That's Le Mans Carner, not Electric Carner like Ken Block the other week when he was running the Audi Hunitron around the streets of Las Vegas. So that car's a bit battered and bruised, both front and rear end. But at least it's being done through practice.
You don't want to see it in the race. I'm sure we'll see many casualties actually over the course of the weekend. Usually we tend to see a lot during the night stages. I always remember some of my earlier commentaries of the Le Mans race with GTR24H. I'd go to sleep at 1 a.m. I'd wake up at about 7, and the orders would completely flip around, and I'd be wondering, what on earth has happened here? Well, what on earth has happened here applies both to what I was talking about and even Aguado, as I saw something just flying off in the air, but it wasn't his rear wing.
No, that was one of the bollards on the inside of one of the Hunaudière that he's just collected and yeeted exit stage right. So, but that's what I said. It's about, though, you know, during the pitch black down the Mulsanne, going through the Hunaudière chicanes, you are going to have to contend with this particular part of the track, as we've seen Alessio Neto for Aztec Simsports by Volante coming through the exit, heading in towards the final part of the circuit. There's Denis Ashenko now taking the wheel of the number 17 Unison Racing DPI car. Hopefully, we'll see if he can put in a hot lap. A hot lap is in. Let's see how much he can push the envelope as there's sparks flying from the front splitter as it bumps its way down the Mulsanne. I mean, who needs porpoising in Formula 1? And Zashenko nearly loses the back, and he does lose it. And that was on the approach into Indianapolis. That was definitely a code brown right there for Denis Zashenko.
Critically, though, he keeps it out of the barriers, and we're going to be seeing a lot of those moments through qualifying, through the race. We've seen it already so far. And it's just a very easy to corner to do it. Your car is already incredibly unstable through the very, very fast right-hander. And it's a right-hander where you have to pull the car all the way back over to the right-hand side of the track to have yourself set up for the left-hander of Indianapolis. Carry too much speed, just take that corner a little bit too tight. Your rear end is so unstable when you jump on the brakes, and you can lose the rear even before you hit the brake pedal.
I was looking at some of the, the other DPI cars, like from Michi Hoyer. It wasn't sparking as much as the Unison car, so I wonder if the suspension's been set a little bit lower, just to help with regards to the aerodynamic properties. But it was sparking like a good one through Indianapolis. Again, there going through into the Ford chicane, and again more sparks flying. We did have an interesting thing earlier on, didn't we, with two cars having three wheels on that wagon viaduct and managing to dislodge the right rear. And then we had the clash between Unison and I think, who was it? It was the number 7 car that ended up, the number 7 car, LMP2 car, decided to move forward, didn't clock that Unison was catching at a big rate of knots, and then wallop, and the right front goes off of the Team Iris car in the number 7. So there were definitely 3 wheels on 2 wagons within a couple of laps of each other.
That was an entertaining collision, to be honest. Maybe not so for the drivers. Would have been rather frustrating for them. Would have resulted in a slow lap back to the pits. I do believe both of them were able to get to the pits before heading back out to do some more laps. We do have 10 minutes remaining of this practice session. Now taking a look at James Hauger, who makes his way down into the Mulsanne corner and now on the run towards Arnage and Indianapolis.
Yeah, just passing the Aztec Simsports by Volante Racing 585 Audi that continues to lead the point standings coming into this final round of the championship. and ride on board with the XRL eSports car. So 350 kilometers an hour, now hard on the brakes on the approach into Indianapolis. It's tight on the apex, runs it a little bit wide. Second gear, it's going to be a short one down to Arnage, down to first. Full lock on the right-hand side. There was a brief yellow sector in sector number 2. Going to head our way down towards the Porsche curves. So speed increasing, 300 kilometers an hour and climbing, 310. Now into the approach into the Porsche curves. Drops it down to 5th. That's about 260, 270 kph. Well, 250 indicated on the speedo, and he's wrestling with the steering going through the Porsche curves. You've really got to have some bottle going through there, as they've just gone through the Virage de Pont. Yes, is the karting, and now on the approach into Corvette. And it's just like the amount of wrestling that James Hauger's got with this number 48 XRL eSports car as he peels into the pit lane. I think after that moment going through the Porsche curves, that looked a bit sketchy from the back end of the DPI car.
And considering that was his in-lap as well, giving it absolute full send on his way back into the pits. And I think that just goes to show the driving spirit that a lot of the drivers will have. Even if it's an outlap, you still want to be pushing your car, you still want to be experimenting with the car, finding new limits. And the thing that always surprises me when I see drivers, particularly on the R Factor 2 platform, and I'm not sure if it's just the thing with the LMP2 cars or the prototypes or with all cars, is how much steering lock they put onto the car. It's just something that feels almost unnatural, just how quickly they rotate the wheel from being straight into full lock, and the car will grip through a corner. It's something that I mentioned to Chris Buxton when I was talking to some eSport drivers in the past, talking about the R Factor 2 game. You do have to have so much confidence that you can just throw this car in, absolutely turn the steering wheel to the max, and the car will grip. Whereas other games, if you turn the wheel past about 45 degrees, 90 degrees, the front end starts to lose a lot of grip.
Yeah, well, Ivan Aguado for MCM Motorsport back out on track with just 7 3/4 minutes to go of this warm-up session before the second 2-hour part of qualifying gets underway here at the Darkness here at Circuit de la Sarthe. I mean, he's absolutely on the ragged edge coming through the Porsche curves. Door width away from the side of the car and also from the wall itself. So he's keeping it nice and planted, is the Aston Martin driver. So that's a pretty good showing there, just how competent the Aston Martin. I mean, it's been the quintessential all-rounder. I mean, if people might not remember that the 717, when Unison Racing were running in the lower echelons of EEWC history last year, they actually won it with the Aston Martin GT3, a car that, if I remember correctly, Glam Racing, before they switched to the Audi V10 for this year, both of them had, fairly reasonable success, but Unison Racing, ahead of Mugen Sim Racing, actually took the title because, if people might remember, the first round at Indianapolis last year, we had the double downshift incident where Mugen Sim Racing blew the engine.
Well, you're bringing up the old issues of engines blowing up. We've seen it so many times over so many races. How many races? It's right, the old shifting down into neutral by pressing both gear pedals at the same time, then shifting up to first, and that just sets off the gearbox. But we've also set ourselves off to an ad break because we are at 1/2 the hour. So we'll see you guys in a short bit after this commercial break.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
The GTR24H webshop is more than just a merchandise store. Our concept of racing proverbs carries a wide selection of t-shirts, cups and posters with selected proverbs from the racing and sim racing universe. If you are looking to have everyone recognize your passion for racing right away, try one of the t-shirts from the Racing Proverbs category. The current introduction sale runs until August 29th. You can also find copies of our race posters and podium posters available as both paper and metal plate posters, as well as jigsaw puzzles for both teams and fans alike. Have a look. Visit shop.gtr24h.org.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting gtr24h.org/VPN.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get the second qualifying session for the sixth and final round of the 2022 GTR24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship. We are here at the virtual recreation of Pied de la Loire in the Circuit de la Sarthe, aka Le Mans. I'm Alex Goldschmidt, and with me for the next couple of hours or so is my good friend, partner in crime. Very good evening to Mr. Yusuf bin Sahil, who's been with Chris Buxton for the first couple of hours. Yusuf, how's it going, buddy?
It's going all right. I was having a nice break and you interrupted my break, Alex. What's going on?
Oh, shut up. No, but of course we were talking a lot during the sort of intermission, if you will. We were sort of talking about a few things with regards to the braking differences. You know, reference points are going to be very, very different here at Le Mans over the course of the next couple of hours, as we are 1 hour and 54 minutes remaining on the clock. We're on board with the number 48 of James Howe from XRL Esports. He makes his way a little bit wide coming out of Mulsanne corner. But again, we were talking about this earlier, Yusuf, during the warm-up phase for second part of qualifying, that the drivers are, as you can see now, right in the pitch black going into the Mulsanne.
And, well, it's not going to get any lighter, it's not going to get any darker, and the drivers are just greeted by their own lights on the circuit in front of them. I always think that it's sometimes a little bit nicer to drive in the dark, even so on the road as well. I find it's much easier to tell where other cars are just from headlights. Of course, that's not really a thing on the racetrack because you can see it in front of you, but gives you that kind of isolated feel that it's just you and the circuit. There's less distractions of what's happening around, and all of the drivers are familiar enough with circuits to know, when the corners are coming up and how the track. I think Chris Buxton put it very well of, they know where all the nooks and crannies are, every bump on the circuit.
Nooks and crannies, that's a term I haven't heard in a very, very long time indeed, but good to hear that Mr. Buxton is on point as always, as James Howe makes his way underneath the Dunlop Bridge. So, not really seen any lap times being put in. Nabil Aslan, one of the SEM 9 Axel crew. We have to give a shout out to Naqib Aslan, who's currently representing Team Malaysia in this weekend's FIA Motorsport Games at the Circuit de Le Castellet at Paul Ricard this weekend. Also, congratulations to Burst Esports' very own Jene Simoncic, who not too long ago actually decided to, looks like Nabil's definitely on point here. He's absolutely ragging the LMP2 SEM 9 Axel car by the scruff of his neck. But Jene actually managed to take the victory in the Monaco Sim Racing World Cup. Actually, not that long ago, just last weekend. So plenty of action happening. Nabil's all over the place going through the final chicane. He's really pushing the limits of that SEM 9 Axel LMP2 car, and it gets a bit squirrely coming out of the final chicane.
And that's what you like to see. You need to see that rear end being squirrely. It's something I've brought up time and time again from back when I used to commentate on the F1 game to even now. When you see that rear end just being on the limit, that's when you know that a driver is pushing. Sometimes I feel like when you see a car just being silky smooth, while it's good, while it's very good, especially for a 24-hour long endurance race, when it comes to finding that extra tenth, when it comes to being able to find that qualifying time, you need to see a car on edge. You need to think, oh, that car, it could clatter into a barrier. It could end up spinning around. And I think one of the best examples I have of that is that's the 404 Lee Russell Glam Racing car losing its rear end into the Porsche curves, and as soon as that rear end's gone, there is no saving the car at all.
Well, at least it's now pointing in the right direction again. Now we've got the DSR Gadget Dot having a sideways spin, very reminiscent of one of the LMP2 cars in the previous session, and that's going to hit the front end hard. Well, quite hard, and it stops it rather than it pirouetting.
A lot of spins so far. Well, I say a lot of spins. We've had 2 spins. We had quite a few spins in the first qualifying session. To go back to what I was saying, seeing a car on ragged edge, I always think back to one of what could have been, I think, is the way to put it, one of the greatest qualifying laps we almost ever saw, which was Max Verstappen's lap at Jeddah last year, which was, if you haven't seen it, go and watch it, because that car is on edge the entire way through, and then a little bit too on edge in the final corner.
Well, we're just seeing in our respective Google Meet that Maria Rinhack has just provided the slot a seaside style background. So you got the beach, you got the the cliffs in the background, and the big old bright blue sea there. So we've got the other car. I think I'm trying to make out the name at the moment. That is Stavros Moussaidis. That sounds very Greek to me, that name, in the number 88 LMP2 car from XRL Esports, my apologies there, making his way through the Porsche curves. So, and there's the Viaducton car in front, I believe, is that right? Yes, that is, which did have a bit of a disattachment situation with its rear wing when it went backwards during Q1. Nabil Aslan for SEM 9 Axel has set the first benchmark in Q2 with the 3-minute 25.001.
I heard an aha from our producer Peter Munkholm, and I don't know if that's relevant to us or if that's just a production aha.
I think, well, I was wondering if he was going to say, aha, it is I, Leclerc, from Hello Hello back in the day. If anyone hasn't, I'm just showing my age again. You know what I'm like, Yusuf.
I mean, I know what Hello Hello is. I've seen one episode of it. I did enjoy it, but I never watched more of it. I did not realize that there was a character in it called Leclerc.
Yeah, the only difference is that his surname actually has an apostrophe between the L and the E at the front of it. And he's not called Charles, unfortunately.
What a shame. What is he called?
I don't know. I don't know the first name. He just keeps on going. He just flicks his glasses up and goes, it is I, Leclerc, like that. So at least people see the whites of his eyes.
I'd say, is he the comic relief character? But I feel like they're all comic relief characters.
They're all comic relief characters, especially Michelle, who leads the resistance, saying, listen very carefully, she says this only once. Sorry, I just had to do that one. But I mean, XRL Esports in the 88, they have improved. They're about 6.4 seconds off. But we did see that Tom Oldenmega, who I think you guys had a chat with in Q1, was very, very quick indeed. I mean, it has been a bit of a burst meritocracy, both in DPI and also LMP2.
It'd be unusual if Tom and Burst Esports weren't very quick. They're currently leading both the DPI and the LMP2 championship. It was looking a little bit close in the LMP2 championship, with Sem9 having won a round, Burst Esports having an off day in Sebring, finishing third in the LMP2 class. So they do only lead by 20 points. So when you think about that, if Sem9 Axel can take pole, if they can take the win with double points on offer, it's close to them being able to pit Burst Esports, but they need Burst Esports to finish third at the end of the day.
Well, thank you very much to XRL Josh in the YouTube chat. Stavros is indeed Greek. I kind of thought that might be the case with that kind of first and last name combination. So thank you to Josh for that, as Stavros makes his way. This is going to be the rundown to Indianapolis, which I've actually driven on in my actual car last July, which was quite an experience. I think I went on about that last year at the EEWC finale when we were all in Denmark. That was you, me, Mr. Christie, and also Mr. McGinley as well, wasn't it?
I think so. We had Chris on the TV screen, if I remember correctly, to wave at him at certain points. But yeah, it was you, me, David Christie, Kieran McGinley. That was a good time. So I thought of a joke, Alex, that we should do. When at some point we get Chris Buxton into the studio with us, I thought we should get him a little present.
Oh, this sounds ominous.
Yes. I hope Chris isn't listening, because I'm going to get murdered. We should get him like a little toupee.
Oh, dearie me. Are you going to donate part of your hair when it gets cut to have that done?
I like my hair.
Well, no. The thing is that when you have it cut, you could get it all glued together and just say, there you go, present.
I think that's too much of a personal present then.
Oh, well.
We can get some of your hair,
saying,
Alex.
good morning. Yes, someone's remembered Officer Crabtree. But their production are trying to... It seems like the helicopter's having a little bit of a moment at the moment. I don't know whether it's going up and down or is that the blimp. Because we have been on blimp watch. And then we had the helicopter in shot, didn't we? Because for those that do know about the R Factor 2 platform, that at the Sandfort, they do like to have the good old seagulls, don't they?
I've not actually seen it on the R Factor 2, so I'm not too sure what you're referring to with that one.
Yeah.
As we hear Peter just shouting in Danish.
Oh, ID SimSport have a bit of a moment going through Indy.
Good save.
Viaducton. Oh, right. What's going to happen here? They go onto the curbing on the outside of the corner. Now, this is on the approach, I think, to... Oh, that I think might have been on the approach to Dunlop right there, that they just lost the car and it just went into the barrier on the right-hand side. Which was the case. It was at quite a lot of speed. CKR with the proudly Brazilian liveried McLaren, as we see Mitchie Heuerberg out on track, going down in the approach in towards Tetra Rouge. Sparks flying from the First esports Simplexity car.
Now, as you mentioned, Michi Hoyer making his way through Tete Rouge. Ooh. You can just see it sparking on corner exit all the way through, and you just think, is that rear end going to step out as he just teeters over the edge of the exit curve, but it stays on at circuit as now he, I guess you could say, just pummels his way down the first part of the Mulsanne straight into the chicane. Full commitment. This first chicane a little bit slower than the second, so you can, start to build up your confidence. Here's the first corner, carry this much speed, go into the second one, and go about twice as fast.
Yeah, a lot of sparks flying from the back end of that DPI car as he went through the first part, coming out of Tete Rouge and down the Mulsanne as he's heading towards the... and Tom's actually saying that Michi does not appear to be enjoying the caddy. This track is very uneven, especially down the Mulsanne straight. We did see that, yeah, that car is a little bit of a handful, even for Michi at the moment. As now see, the Ferris wheel is alight. The big old, what is that? Was that a spanner that in the by the left hand side? It looks like a snap-on edition. Here's your Ferris wheel toolkit, sir.
Just, I don't know why, but I didn't see the spanner, and I just feel like there's some massive spanner spinning around somewhere on circuit. I'll tell you what, Alex, I did see a nice little piece of content, which you probably would have seen as well. It was at the UK Karting Championships, and it had one of the guys going around to different mechanics, getting them to...
oh, yes, I know.
Put a tyre on a rim.
Anthony Jordan, you need a shout out. That was for the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, and he was just randomly selecting numbers on how well they did.
Yes. I will say there were some very good mechanics. I will also say that the rating system was questionable at times.
True, but when you're given carte blanche to just throw a number, pick a number out of the hat, then all of a sudden, there you go. He'll just throw any number that he gets the opportunity, and he might have just said, yeah, 6 out of 10. And it probably was a pretty good one, probably like 8.5 out of 10 as we now ride on board with Michi Hoyer. Again, very close to the wall on the outside of the Porsche curves. But it looks like he's improving at the moment, so he's a little bit of a tank slapper there for Michi. He's going to make his way in towards Ford chicane right now, then through into the final, into the Recordement chicane. Nice little bit of an exit there from Michi. Let's see if the time improves. It did, and that is a pretty good one. He did do a 3:20. Michi Hoyer now, I think, has just gotten into the 3:18.8. 3:18.844, I think, just then.
And that's pretty much, almost certainly locked in pole unless James Howe has something absolutely special. He'd need to go about 0.6 quicker than the lap just set by Michi. But with that, we are going to take a look at the times, and we're going to be kicking off with the GT3 class. Volante Racing by Acetec Sim Sports, or Acetec Sim Sports by Volante Racing, currently leading by nearly half a second over CKR team, with Glam Racing in third ahead of ID Sim Sports and Teleforeningen. A lot closer than what we were seeing in qualifying one, and still very close between ID Sim Sports and Teleforeningen. Viaductin in P6 ahead of DSR Gadget Huset. DSR were very quick in the first qualifying session, but this session they're just a little bit off the pace compared to where they were before. DIS Sim Racing Lab in 8th, with B32 Racing in 9th. And Alex, would you like to take us through the GTE class?
Well, let's go for it. Let's have a look at the GTE combined standings at the moment. Well, it's ID Sim Sport on an aggregate of 3:51.165. Now, the other teams have yet to set a lap time so far. So Juicers Motorsport Club in the number 74 are second. DIS Sim Racing Lab third. MCM Motorsport in the number 27 Aston Martin, and the second of the Juicers Motorsport Club cars in the 488 currently round out 5th place. So ID Sim Sport the only ones so far to set lap times in both sessions.
Then moving on to the LMP2 class, Burst Esports Goodar Sunglasses. Actually, I think is it Goodar? It's one of the two. Sunglasses currently leading with a 3:24.9, a couple of seconds off their Q1 time, but as the track rubbers in, can expect that time to drop. 7-9 Axel are in second. They've actually already beaten their Q1 time, but not enough to be able to challenge Burst currently, and they are 3/10 down, so they need to find another 3/10, and then they can pip Burst for that pole spot. XRL Esports are in third ahead of Juicy's Motorsport Club and Team Iris, the latter two yet to complete a Q2 lap time.
Last but by certainly no means least, we're going to go to the DPI classification. And thanks to the efforts of one Michi Hoyer, look at how close the lap times are between Q1 and Q2. Within about 0.4 of a second. So Burst Esports Simplexity and the number 18 lead the way, with Unison Racing and the number 17, both teams having set lap times in both Q1 and Q2. XRL Esports in the number 48 has set to 3-minute 19.788 in Q1, but has yet to put a banker lap down in for Q2. I do have to point out here, though, XRL Josh says the gap between Spa and Le Mans was a longer time period than Liz Truss being Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
God.
That is brilliant, he said. I think it might have been nearly double that. But that rounds out so far how things are going in qualifying. We're an hour and 37 minutes away as we go back to Nabil Aslan in the number 21 Sem9 Axel crew. Currently first in this qualifying session. Tom Oldenegger is about a second behind. Michi Hoyer looks to be rejoining the circuit out of the pit lane. It's been an easy one for Michi so far in terms of having a bit of complicitness with regards to the vehicle. It's being more than a simple side of things. It's become a bit more complex, I think, for the team.
And here comes Mitch then down into... You know what, do you remember the corner names that we did for Indianapolis? Was it Indianapolis? Or was it... no, it was Matsusaka, wasn't it?
Oh, God, yes.
Wait, no, it was Interlagos. That was it.
Oh, so...
Because we had Kimi Räikkönen gets lost corner.
Leave me alone, I know what I'm doing. And then he just absolutely throws it off the circuit. And that was back when he was running with Lotus.
Was that the same race that he said, leave me alone, I know what I'm doing?
No, it was the race beforehand. I'm actually going to find out when that was. Because then everyone started to... Because there was a T-shirt made as well, the Leave Me Alone. And
I know what I'm doing.
Yeah. Well, actually, no. The funny thing is that Kimi actually gifted the Leave Me Alone T-shirts to the Lotus staff in 2012, and that was actually en route to his first win, his F1 comeback in Abu Dhabi.
Yes, where he said that the car was very shitty on the podium interview with David Coulthard, because I always remember that one, because he said that, and then Sebastian Vettel said the F swear word moments after, and Coulthard was apologizing for both of them.
Yeah.
That was a fun one. I enjoyed that race anyway. But I was thinking that if we're naming corners here at Le Mans, this corner that Dylan Clave is about to go in, we should call this the turn lower corner, or the brake failure corner. One of the two.
It was quite funny, because I actually supplied you... It was... Oh no, I just heard the word McNish involved with that corner. If anyone might remember Alan McNish's massive incident when he actually overtook for the race lead coming underneath the Dunlop Bridge. That was not one to be... that was, I think, the most violent accident I think anyone has ever seen at Le Mans in terms of just sheer velocity. Yeah.
Right, I've got to put that one into YouTube very quickly.
Yeah.
First thing that comes up when I type in Alan McNish as well.
Oh, dearie me.
Oh, bloody hell.
Go on.
That is insane. I haven't even seen all of it. I just saw the aftermath.
Yeah.
Oh, I touched the GT car going in. you know, those marshals behind that tyre barrier are very, very lucky people.
Well, it wasn't just the marshals. There were also photography crews just behind the barrier as well. And then that became a designated red zone, which meant no one was very much allowed there apart from the marshalling crews. So no photography, no film crews, nobody was allowed in that section. And I'm so glad I was able, when you and Chris were talking about who had the brake failure at Le Mans last year for EEWC, and I remembered straight away. I went, it's got to either be 15 or 16, and I couldn't remember the name of the driver, but I knew it was Juice's. And then at least during one of the commercial breaks, I made sure that they got the information, because I actually found the original tweet. Viaducton we're going to now, because there's a yellow out in sector 1. Oh, fishtails, and that's again 3 wheels on that. That was on the outside of Tetra Rouge there, and the right front wheel, not the right rear wheel, came adrift from the bodywork of the Callaway Corvette C6R.
That was a bit of an incident, let's say, and Viaducton losing their wheels rather rapidly. I hope they've got a lot of them in store.
They might accidentally circumvent the amount of tyres required during the twice around the clock adventure. Dylan Claver's from Juice's Motorsport Club in the 488 Aston Martin is piquing our interest a little bit here, because he's on a flyer at the moment, and that is the XRL Esports number 48 car that's going through the Porsche curves. Dylan Claver just absolutely keeps it pinned around the outside of the Porsche curves, and then the boot's put on the other foot. So neatly done by the two drivers. That's the good sign of mutual respect in qualification, because Dylan Claver there is on a pretty solid lap. The car currently sitting, it hasn't really set a lap time in this session so far, but Dylan Claver could be on a pretty good one, because the ID SimSport car has put in a 3-minute 52.640. Dylan Claver across the line goes top, 3-minute 51.846 there. That's with coming up to half an hour already completed. So a quarter of the way through we're coming up to this final qualifying session for the final round of the 2022 GTR24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship here at Le Mans. As Dylan Claver makes his way under the Dunlop Bridge again. And now we turn our attention back to GT3, and this is with Azatec SimSports with Valente Racing. Alessio Neto behind the wheel, Yusuf.
And this is heading on to the Mulsanne straight as well. Out of the first chicane, so the next corner coming up is the left-right. We're also seeing Michi Hoyer. He is on to a quick lap. We'll see whether he can jump even further ahead of Sem 9 Axel in the standings. To be honest, for that Burst Esports and Lexington team, they pretty much have things in the bag already. But let's see then heading into the pits rather than into the Ford chicane.
Yeah, just actually having a look at Michi's stream, he was very, very sideways. He used a lot of steering correction just to try and get the car turned through the Porsche curves, which was very, very interesting indeed. But Lee Russell at the moment has set the top lap time in the 404 Glam Racing Audi, 3-minute 55.196. It's less than 2/10 between them and the 585. And then Leandro Verla for CKR in the number 13. I mean, it's incredibly close between the top 6, rounded out by Teleforingen, isn't it?
It is very close. You're talking about, I mean, how much is that? Less than a second? 9/10 from first all the way down to 6th, and Viaducton yet to set a representative lap time as well as Lee Russell comes across the line. Never mind, it's not close anymore.
No, it was just under 9/10 of a second. That now has increased because Lee Russell has absolutely fired the 404 Audi from Glam Racing across the finish line with a 3-minute 54.710, and that puts a gap between him and Alessio Neto to nearly 7 cents. So Lee Russell really doing the business here in Q2 for Glam Racing. Good to see that you and also Chris having a wonderful chat with Maria Rinhack, the team boss. as we go back to Alessio Neto making his way through the Porsche curves.
I want to say nice and smooth or something, but the screen has frozen. So juddery and fast is what we can say for Alessio Neto as he makes his way out of the karting S's and down into the Ford chicane, which is followed up by, I believe it's called the... Is it the Corvette chicane or the Chevrolet chicane? Okay,
Yep.
Corvette.
Yep. There's no corner known as Chevrolet around Le Mans, but yeah, you were spot on the nose with Corvette. Now, did Alessio Neto improve? He does.
He did.
Second team to go under 3 minute 55, so gets the gap down to that was just over 0.2 of a second, so a 3 minute 54 at 0.935 as we are past half an hour completed in this qualifying session. We're going to go to a brief commercial break, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
The GTR24H webshop is more than just a merchandise store. Our concept of racing proverbs carries a wide selection of t-shirts, cups and posters with selected proverbs from the racing and sim racing universe. If you are looking to have everyone recognize your passion for racing right away, try one of the t-shirts from the Racing Proverbs category. The current introduction sale runs until August 29th. You can also find copies of our race posters and podium posters available as both paper and metal plate posters, as well as jigsaw puzzles for both teams and fans alike. Have a look. Visit shop.gtr24h.org.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back, everyone. We are heading into another half an hour here at Le Mans, and things are getting rather tight in one class particularly, and that is the GT3 class, because Glam Racing are taking the fight to Volante Racing.
They are indeed, and on that note, there is the pit lane. So
it's empty.
That we can now see in front of us, and here are the current updated times. So we're going to first of all go through GT3. So Aztec Sim Sports by Volante Racing. Combined aggregate time of 3 minutes 54.245 puts them on provisional pole for tomorrow's race. CKR team from Brazil just done a 6/10 behind in second position. The two combined times. Glam Racing in third. DSR Gadget.co running at the top 4 with Teleforingen. Quite surprised that they changed from the big beastie M6 GT3. Now switching to Ferrari, 1.17 seconds behind, and then ID SimSport in the number 199, rounding out the top 6, covered by just 1.3 seconds on aggregate. Viaducton have come into strife in the well, what was it? They had a bit of a prang and could not get the car back to the garage, which effectively curtails their session early, so they won't be partaking for the next 90 minutes. DIS Sim Racing Lab and B32 Racing yet to set a respective lap time in GT3, as they are currently P8 and P9.
Yeah, some interesting times that I have seen. Also quite interestingly as well in the DPI class and the GT3 class, both of the top teams did their fast time in the first session by a margin, and then they really struggled to match it. And even here, you look at ID SimSport, they're 1.5 seconds quicker than the likes of Juice's, 2 seconds quicker than the other Juice's car, and then in the second qualifying session, a lot closer. So we're seeing this across multiple different categories, and I'm quite interested why that's the case.
Yeah, well, as you can see on the screens there, only ID SimSport in the 166, and we've just seen Dylan Clover actually set a really good time there in GTE, so they are in the top 2. We'll have a look now at LMP2, and it is Burst Esports Gooder Sunglasses, combined time of a 3 minute 23.240, Sem9 Axel, just 3/4 of a second behind. Juice's Motorsport Club in the number 15, round out the top 3, 2 seconds off of provisional pole as things stand. XRL Esports in the 88 are in 4th with Team Iris, not setting a lap time in the second part of qualifying so far, and they are P5.
And then we're going to move on to our next class. The DPIs will come up, and again, you will see that fast time in Q1. However, Burst Esports Simplexity, Michi Hoya finding roughly similar kind of pace, only 4/10 off, whereas XRL Esports not really able to get anywhere close to their Q1 time yet. There is still plenty of time remaining in qualifying to 1.5 hours, give or take a few minutes.
Well, let's have a look at the weather. The temperature is set to drop over the next couple of hours. The track temperature in the daytime qualifying session was 52 degrees Celsius at its highest. It's probably about half of that at the moment. So there you see the weather map. So it looks to be dipping down a further 3 or 2 over the next 2 to 6 hours. As Denis Sashenko makes his way through the Porsche curves, as the camera vibrates as he rockets past at about 250 kilometers per hour in around about 6th gear. And the track temperature, well, is well under half that, 23.3 degrees Celsius. It was at around about 17 when the session started. Just had a brief yellow out in sector number 2 as Denis Sashenko goes through the kitty litter on the approach into the pit lane, but at least he managed to keep it pointing forward and in the right direction, more importantly there, Yusuf.
That's the main thing. Just keep it on circuit. It gives you a little bit more confidence as well when you're able to save these moments, as we are taking a look at Michi Hoya as he makes his way through the karting S's. Is this the replay of what happened then? Or is this live? Okay, this is live.
This is, yeah, I was going to say we probably would have had the picture-in-picture with the instant replay showing up again.
Yeah. It threw me off. Oh, okay. Poor Michi. I'm going to guess there was contact with the DIS car. Either way, Michi makes his way around the final corner to start a new lap, and you'd have to assume he's got enough fuel as well to complete this hot lap before doing an in-lap. Maybe he can do multiple hot laps, who knows?
Yeah, very much the case. He makes his way through the first couple of corners underneath the Dunlop Bridge, getting actually right on board with Michi. And there he is, hard at work. So briefly we just saw him. Now going to make his way through into Tetra Rouge very shortly, which he's doing now as we speak. He's actually currently streaming whilst we're live as well on his own YouTube channel. Michi, one of the more well-known, well-recognised drivers within the sim racing community. As we're heading down the Mulsanne Straight, cars will be pulling at least 330, maybe even close to 350 kph before hard into the braking zone. He's in negotiations the first of the first chicanes here at the Mulsanne Straight. Still remember the days back, well, this was probably before both you and I were here on this earth, Yusuf, that the Mulsanne used to be one long straight rather than having two little chicanes in the middle of it.
Yeah. Almost a little bit like straight up Paul Ricard sometimes.
Oh, the Israel Straight, yeah.
Yeah, because I know in GT racing they removed that chicane and just let the cars just power it all the way down.
So Michi might have just noticed that there was some traffic in front of him, so customary flash of lights, and look at the rate of speed he's closing in on the car in front. That was I think that was Teleforingen. He just managed to literally go past, and he just gets all crossed up on the steering. Well, his
hands
body language
in the air
just says it all there, unfortunately. But that's how committed and how and you know what was even funnier? That would have been the fastest lap all the way round, because he was quickest out of anybody in sectors 1 and 2. That could have been an absolutely brilliant lap time from Michi Hoya, and it was just spectacularly ruined.
There was a bit of flashing wars going on, Michi letting the GT car back through. I think it might have been the Deuce's car, actually, and then flashing him, and then the Deuce's flashed him back. I don't know. Either to apologise or to say, I don't care. One of the two. Who knows?
It was the Juice's car. It was the Juice's car that he went past. Not too sure if it was the 488. Right. Thank you, Nick Newcomb. 488 was the one that he flew past that was on his left-hand side. So.
And this is the thing with multi-class racing as well, because you feel for Michi. He's on a really hot lap, and that Juice's car could have also been on a hot lap, not obliged to get out of the way because he's focusing on his own fast lap time, and it's just how it goes in these situations, and neither driver is at fault. Michi just catches the Juice's car at the wrong point, right on the entry into the corner at the end of the Mulsanne Straight, into the Mulsanne corner. As a result, car's unsettled, heading in, gets out of sorts, ends up drifting into the corner, and has to abort the lap.
Yeah, well, that was the B32 McLaren that's just put. He actually just got past and went through. We're going to have an instant replay. Now, this is what we saw earlier on, so plenty of flashing going on. Now, Michi, I did spot. He gave them some custom. So like, just keep your eyes on what's going on. 488 starts flashing as well, as Michi actually went past him down, I think, probably the second part of the Mulsanne.
And now Michi's making his way back out of the pits to get ready for a new lap. And now we're taking a look at Dylan Claver, who I think has just started his lap. And this is the Deuce's car that did get in the way of Michi Hoya, if I'm not mistaken. as he makes his way out of Tetra Rouge. A very good opening sector here from our producer. So let's see if he can convert the rest of this lap.
That was a big intake of breath from our production director, Mr. Peter Munkholm. So Dylan Glover making his way down the Mulsanne straight. The front headlights and also front fog lights of the Aston Martin V8 Vantage makes its way through into the next chicane. Nice and neat on the entry. A little bit wide on the exit. That was pretty well done there from the 488 as he makes his way through down towards what will be at Mulsanne Corner very, very shortly. So that Aston Martin at the moment is currently running, well, it's ahead of the ID SimSport 166 car as we ride on board with Dylan now. The laps between them, 3 minute 51.846 for Juice's Motorsport Club, the 488. So he's going through the final chicane here on the Mulsanne. He's nearly half a second quicker than ID SimSport on the 166, who just put in the best effort of a 3 minute 52.307. Yet to see the number 74 avoid the Polezny to get on out, and neither has DIS Sim Racing Lab yet to set a lap time. They were out on circuit a little bit earlier on in the session. Dylan Carver turns right through Mulsanne Corner, bumps over the curbs, keeps it out of the gravel on the left-hand side. And, oh, don't tell me that lightning's going to strike twice, because look who is behind him. Michi Hoyer is closing in the number 18 DPI from Burst Esports Simplexity.
But Michi is on his out lap. Dylan is on his hot lap. And I don't think Michi is petty enough to ruin Dylan's lap, so he will get past him on a straight as Dylan makes his way down into Indianapolis. Well, the drama, what can I do, right? I deliver the truth to the people.
You are the party pooper.
The party pooper.
Sorry, I just had to do
the best accent you could use for that as well.
Well, for anyone that might know what film that did come from, that was Kindergarten Cop.
Yeah. I thought I'd heard that from somewhere.
Oh dearie.
Let's see.
Dylan Clark.
Can we get the on-ball with... Actually, no, we don't want the on-ball with Michi.
No, we'll just leave it as it is, because Dylan's just exited the Porsche curves. Michi has just done so as well. And Michi might be up to full speed.
Perfect timing, actually.
Well, let's just see how Dylan gets on as he makes his way through into the final couple of chicanes. He'll be making his way through Ford chicane very shortly. Hard on the brakes, turn it in to the left, bump over the curves through the rights. And now into Recorder, which is the last...
Ooh, wheel in the gravel.
He did nearly run a little bit wide there. Not too sure if that was enough. That was a 3:51.846, so the gap has got up fractionally.
Right. Is Dylan still on another push a lap, as you mentioned?
Oh, dearie me. XRL Josh is coming in with the bants on chat at the moment. He said, well, at least Michi will now be prepared to drive on the M25 if he ever visits the UK. Oh, dear.
Oh, no, the lights are already flashing.
But we got a yellow out at Sector 3 as well, so someone's had a drama.
Oh, no, there's contact. Oh, dearie me. I want to know, does Michi know that it was the same car again? Peter, you thought I was removing the drama. I was just bringing everyone's expectations down like a good horror movie. Right? And then you've got the jump scare.
You know what? Right, okay, we're going to have a look at the replay. We're going to watch on board from Michi. So they come through. Oh, dearie me.
Okay, I'm going to explain this one from what happens here, right? And people can flame me if they want and say that I'm wrong, but I know, I'm like 99% certain this is what happened. Michi came up and said, like hell am I going to lift off for this guy? I'm going to go flat out, and if we touch, we touch. And he went flat out, and the gap just wasn't quite there, and there was a contact. Because I think Dylan tried to get out of the way at the end, but I think he did it a bit too late. So Michi's going to say, look, Dylan tried to get out of the way. He knew I was coming. He wasn't on a fast lap. Why didn't he get out of the way?
Well, Michi's got a very, very damaged second-hand looking Cadillac DPI, which still, let's just see, does it still have its rear wing intact? It doesn't, so no error on the back. So the way that the contact happened, it put the car into the barriers on the left-hand side, so straight away took out the rear wing on the Cadillac DPI. We've seen that a couple of times before in previous years, and also previous races since the DPI was introduced here at the EEWC, so Mitchy's going to have to just crawl that car back to pit lane.
Peter's talking about the fact that that's the best handling of the broken car we've seen today. I was going to say that knowing Mitchy, even with that car, he could still set a pole lap time.
Ladies and gentlemen, Yusuf bin Sahal brings another prediction into the masses.
Well, Mitchy, go on, put some laps in with that. Oh, bloody hell, that rear end is all over the place through Indianapolis.
The thing is that Mitchy will get that car to pit lane come hell or high water, because if you don't like Viaduct and found out nearly the best part of 25 minutes ago, that if you do have a broken car, you have to get it to pit lane. If you don't get it to pit lane in the qualifying session, you are excluded from said session as per the regulations.
Ooh, so does your current lap time not count? That's the one, because if their current lap time counts, that Mitchy with the 360, can you stop showboating, my guy? Like, man actually just 360'd out of the Porsche curves. And he does it by 360 at the same time. I bet you right now he's saying to his stream as well, this is how you move out of someone's way. In very angry German as well.
Well, but still, to have supreme car control, plus 360 it, then get it back to the pit lane. That was
and straight back out. He doesn't have a rear wing. I don't know if that's the game bugging or if he's got out without getting his rear wing repaired.
Well, there we go.
There
rear wing's back on. Oh, right. Sectors 1 and 3 both had yellows out there for a very, very brief instant. Dylan Claver making his way into the pit lane. ID Simsport making their way through, currently sitting second in the GT. Go on.
If Dylan Claver waits long enough, he'll come out of the pits when Mitchy Hoyer starts his hot lap.
It'd be like the M20. It'd be a slip road on the M25, not a junction. Oh, right. James Howe looks to have lost his rear wing, hasn't he?
That is, I can confirm, that car is meant to have a rear wing, Alex, and the rear wing is not there. Either that, or it's a very well-designed rear wing that camouflages perfectly with the tarmac.
It's like the Peugeot 9X8 in LMDH at the moment.
Okay, right. I'm going to have to search that one up. What did he say that was? The
Peugeot 9X8, which is the current
9X8
LMDH car that made its debut in the FIA World Endurance Championship this year.
There is no rear wing on that car.
Indeed.
Why is there not a rear wing on a fast car, Alex?
You'll have to ask Peugeot about that one, because I wouldn't have a clue. It's probably down towards the to do with they effectively what they've done is to manipulate the regulations, which they have a lot more bodywork freedom, I think, a little bit. So there's a lot more ground effect brought into the new LMH and LMDH rules for the WEC, and that car made its debut earlier on this year.
Ooh, what's happened to ID Simsport here?
Indianapolis.
This is Indianapolis. Yep.
And bang.
Little love tap, let's say.
Little kiss to the barriers.
See, your response about the Peugeot 9X8 is the reasonable response. I prefer the idea that Peugeot designed a beautiful car, got it out, and then someone said, guys, you forgot to put the rear wing on. Where's the rear wing? And then...
Yeah, like, who forgot the struts for the rear wing? Come on, guys.
And then they were like, well, we can't say that we forgot to put the rear wing on. Let's just act like this was part of the plan all along. And then it turns out that the car went fast, and they're like, oh my god, we've come across something.
It's like, shh, not going to tell anyone yet. Not until we release the car.
Imagine, though. To be fair, that is how science works most of the time. I can confirm this as a scientist. You don't plan for things, they just happen.
Yeah,
as an ex-scientist, I should say.
Yeah, well, we're going to see if Kasperskyk for Aztec Sim Sports by Volante Racing is going to hopefully try and see if he can pip Lee Russell to the top of the timesheets here in Q2, because the two cars, the two Audis, which seem to be the ones that are the tour de force here. Oh, Magic Kasperskyk loses the back end and goes a bit wide. There was a Burst Esports car that had just gone through as well.
I was about to say, was that Michi Hoyer?
It was Mitchie. It was Mitchie.
Where's the Juices Motorsport car, by the way?
Oh, don't start.
Look, if I had a nickel for every time a Juices Motorsport car held up Michi Hoyer on a hot lap, I'd have two, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Yeah, and two for different parts of the circuit.
Yeah. So is this his hot lap now, or did he just complete his hot lap?
Interesting point. Well presented. I don't know the answer.
This looks like a hot lap.
Oh,
yes, this is a hot lap.
Yeah.
Okay, so, Peter, find the Juices Motorsport car.
Oh, picture in picture, please.
If this happens a third time, my God, Mitchie's got to burst the vessel. He's in the Porsche curbs. I was hoping for drama 3 times round. Where's the other Juices Motorsport car?
Oh, don't you start with that.
I've got to try. Man's got to try.
Computer says no.
Ooh. Okay.
Oh, did I just see some... Oh, I saw a little bit of cloud cover.
Now, the thing is, that excites me, but Peter, because of your fancy new graphic, I can see lots of 0%, so you're not fooling anyone. I'm trying to think of, like, a comparison of the cloud with 0%. Has he caught up to someone else?
Well, that's the thing, the adrenaline will always run high, and once you've had not just one, but you've had 2 incidents when you've been literally dragging the car by the scruff of its rear wing around this 13.626 kilometre circuit, and that happens twice in 2 laps where you were faster than anybody else out in the circuit. I think oh no, we've just had the blindness.
You know what, Peter? Can we just stop our stream and just host Mitchie's stream, or we can get Alex? We can get Alex to translate any German on there just for all of us, and
well, the thing is that Mitchie's stream is normally in English anyhow, so everyone will be well catered for. Apart from when he does go into a full-blown German rant. So unfortunately, the plan there was scuppered on that front, Yusuf. But
what is Mitchie doing with his hand?
I don't know. Probably just I don't know. He's waving someone towards him.
In Italian, that's like the equivalent of swearing at someone. I'll be honest.
Well, no. If it was the other way, wasn't it, with the hand gesture? Especially from your chin.
If you do that in India, that means you're asking for food. And I'm sure there are various other interpretations of it.
Okay, on that note, Yusuf, we're halfway through Q2 here at the Vault. We're going to go to a commercial break. We'll be back after these messages, folks.
And I'm going to get some food.
2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
The GTR24H webshop is more than just a merchandise store. Our concept of racing proverbs carries a wide selection of t-shirts, cups and posters with selected proverbs from the racing and sim racing universe. If you are looking to have everyone recognize your passion for racing right away, try one of the t-shirts from the Racing Proverbs category. The current introduction sale runs until August 29th. You can also find copies of our race posters and podium posters available as both paper and metal plate posters, as well as jigsaw puzzles for both teams and fans alike. Have a look. Visit shop.gtr24h.org.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final hour of qualifying here at GTR24H Round 6 season finale at Le Mans. I'm still Yusuf Pincel, still joined by Alex Goldschmidt, and this is Dylan Claver in slow motion.
Going through Indianapolis. And, oh! That was definitely a bit of sideways motion there from the Aston Martin on the run down towards Arnage, and the front end, the clamshell bonnet just hits the wall. So not a great start to the beginning of the second hour of quali. So we're back with Michi Hoyer. A the moment, who's making his way down, but then we're quickly over to the 166 of ID Sim Sports, making their way down the Mulsanne, who have got a car in front. So I think in some respects the visibility we were talking about earlier, Yusuf, if you've got a car that's a little bit faster in front of you, like say an LMP2 or a DPI, that's actually going to help your visibility a little bit because it will guide the way down the track.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, I'm going to be honest, I don't think it'll make a huge difference because these drivers they know what they're doing, they know the tracks inside out, but it does give that little bit of extra confidence, you know, having someone in front of you, someone that is faster. If it's someone that's slower, then it's a case of, are they going to get in my way? And you've got that little fear, as Michi Hoyer has found out over the last half hour. Also, no, okay, Michi is on that. But Alex, I've been doing what I do best, which is theory crafting to come up with something completely absurd. And I know Peter is talented enough to be able to create this, but could we have like a proximity alert for the race whenever Michi gets close to a Deuce's car and it just starts beeping?
What you mean, like a Star Trek red alert siren going off?
Let's just have the Jaws theme music playing.
Yeah, but then we get hit for copyright, wouldn't we?
True. Now, I know Peter was making noises. I don't know if any of our viewers could hear it.
It sounded like an air raid siren. That's what it sounded like.
Well, it sounds like Michi Hoyer is blasting it through the final chicanes. How fast is this going to be? 3:18.8 previous best. 3:18.2. My God, Michi. And he'll still be disappointed with that because he'll be saying I could have gone 2/10 faster if I had the previous first sector.
So he has bested his Q1 lap time. We've seen this before from Mitch. He did that in Matsusaka earlier on this year, if I remember correctly. So went quick in the daytime, and then during the night he just absolutely put on a masterclass of qualifying magnitude, so to speak. Yeah, 3-minute 18.251. So that puts him on a cumulative average of around about just underneath 3-minute 18.4 between two qualifying sessions. Now he's got is the Ferrari of Teleforingen just up ahead, so they'll probably see, and the blue flags are starting to show, and yep, Teleforingen keeps the left-hand side, and Michi Hoyer gets through without a problem.
So far, so good then for Michi Hoyer and Burst Esports on their way to, well, essentially taking the championship. Now, if I'm not mistaken, if Burst Esports Simplexity get pole, they win the championship. Hang on.
Yeah.
They need pole and 2 more points. They need to finish the races and then they'll win the championship. Because after they'll be exactly 50 points ahead, and there's 50 points on offer for winning the race tomorrow, plus 2 points for completing the race. So they won't have the championship in the bag. They do need to make it to the race end.
Yeah. But you know what Burst Esports are like. They if they're going to race to win. And we know that for a fact, Yusuf.
I think they should win. I mean, they've got the pace to, but I want to start theory crafting more. I want to theory craft good celebrations. Alex. What's the best way to come across the line to take a win?
Oh God, I'm gonna have to think about that one.
I'm thinking, are we talking 360s, J-turns, reversing across the line? If you've got a big enough gap, it would be safe to do so.
Remember when Satellite Racing won the EEWC last year, and they ended up doing donuts just off of the first chicane. Got onto the runoff area and decided, yep, we're going to do some donuts.
But that's after the race ends. I want to see stuff, on the way to the line, because that extra bit of risk makes it cooler.
So imagine though, trying to do a 360, ending up pinballing off the off the barriers of both left and right hand sides of the start-finish straight, whilst crossing the line backwards would be an interesting choice there.
So I think what we should see is you come round the final chicane, you do a 180 on exit, slam it straight into reverse across the line, handbrake, turn it back, facing the right way.
So effectively, you're J-turning it across the line.
Sorry, yeah, J-turning it across the line. I think that'd be a pretty cool way to win a race.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you on that one. We're on board now with the 199 ID Sim Sport car, which is, well, it's gotten a little bit elongated with some of the cars at the moment. I mean, the 199 ID Sim Sport car is just over a second behind Lee Russell in terms of the lap time that has been completed so far. So Lee Russell and Magic Kasperskyk are 94 thousandths of a second adrift. Lee Russell 3-minute 54.08. Magic Kasperskyk for Aztec Sim Sports by Volante Racing 3-minute 54.134. Then it's the guys at DSR Gadget who said Doddecourt in the Corvette, as we've got yellows in sectors 2 and 3 that have just appeared. Oh, so I'm hearing that Magic Kasperskyk has brought out the yellow flag of the 585 Audi. Yellow from sector 2 has just been retracted. Yellow in sector 3 is still flashing at the moment.
And it is very close in that GT3 class. You're talking about less than a tenth of a second between your top two. Then it's a bit of a jump down. Where was Kasperskyk parked, Peter?
Just having a look, actually having a little bit of a look with regards to when the ID Sim Sport car came out of the Porsche curves, then went through the next left, on the next right-hand corner. I think Kasperskyk was parked up. I couldn't really see him, to be honest with you. Oh, there he is. Oh, that Audi is at a standstill and returns to garage.
That's his qualifying session over.
Oh, right, okay, replay coming up. So here's Magic Kasperskyk in the 585 Aztec Sim Sports by Volante Racing. He's going to go through the first chicane. Turns in. Oh no, that's actually out of Marseille.
Oh,
and
he's blown the gearbox. He's done the magic shift down into neutral.
Oh, he's done the double down.
I guarantee it. It's that or running out of fuel, but it happened so soon out of the corner. I'm pretty sure what he did. So for those people not familiar with R Factor 2, essentially what happened is he put the car in neutral and then he upshifted out of force of habit. That puts it in first from really high revs or very high speed, and that kills the engine. The reason why it can happen is because on the sim, if you press both the upshift and the downshift paddles at the same time, that sends the car into neutral. So sometimes it can happen where after you've downshifted, you then want to upshift quickly and you can press them at the same time, puts it into neutral, you don't think, you put it up into first, and that is your gearbox gone.
Yeah, so we're going up to 3/4 of an hour remaining in Q2. I'm wondering if Lee Russell has the opportunity to extend that gap, because I'm trying to remember how close it was between, because it's been quite close with regards to, You know, one of the things is that I've just noticed that the track temperature has just dropped from 23.3 degrees Celsius to 22.3. So I think the coldness is starting to come in. That might help with regards to the engine's breathabilities, particularly if it is, well, turbocharged and naturally aspirated engines both benefit from the colder weather conditions because there's more forced air going into the engines as a direct result. And also factors, I think, with regards to like downshift protection and excessive engine braking. I think this is a good point made by XRL Esports Josh, saying that GT3 on the game also don't have downshift protection, so that can happen from excessive engine braking as well. So if you're lifting off the brakes and if you're lifting out of, going into a corner, lifting off as opposed to braking, you're using the engine in the car to help move that car back, well, effectively to slow it down.
It's also
So-
if you're downshifting too early as well,
Yeah.
to kind of force the revs to come down, to slow the car down even further.
Yeah, so I think really with just under 3/4 of an hour to go, let's see if we can actually go to the combined aggregate results so far from the 4 classes. Was DSR Gadget Huset Decor with the Harlequin paintwork on the Callaway Corvette C6R exits pit lane. So, Azatec SimSports Palante Racing, despite having had that drama coming out of Arnage, will still be on provisional pole, 3-minute 53.864 combined. CKR, the Brazilian team, in the number 13 car, still just under 9/10 behind. DSR Gadget Huset Decor rounding out the top 3. Glam Racing have an opportunity. If they get another 10th or a 2/10 of a second on that lap time in Q2, they could pip both CKR and SR Gadget Huset for the front row for tomorrow's race. Teleforingen in 5th position in the 188 Ferrari. 199 SimSport, ID SimSport car running out the top 6 places, covered by just over 1.3 seconds at combined times. Every single team has made a lap so far. B32 Racing, 3-minute 56.863 combined, putting them P7. Head of DIS Sim Racing Lab in the 46, and unfortunately Viaducton not getting underneath the 4-minute barrier, and their qualifying session was ended early due to not being able to recover the car back to the pit lane by driving it, end up in stone dead last in 9th position. Yusuf, GTE.
Well, I was going to say, Viaducton, they couldn't get under the time barrier, but they did manage to find a way into the barrier. But as you mentioned, going on to the GTE class, ID SimSport are leading with a 350.999. Oh, beautiful. The only team to have the average in sub 351, and then it's a 2/10 gap down to Deuces Motorsport. ID SimSport have a lot of time still to find, though, in Q2, so wouldn't be surprised if the average time does expand between the pair of them. Then you've got the other Deuces Motorsport Club car, DIS Sim Racing, MCM Motorsport, still yet to set lap times, and I don't believe they are out of qualifying. They haven't had to retire their cars, so we should still be able to see them put some lap times in, and we should still see this qualifying session getting relatively close.
Next up, penultimate class to go through, LMP2. It's Burst Esports Good as Sunglasses that are leading by a comfortable margin, the best part of well over 1.2 seconds over SEM 9 Axel. The number 15 of Juice's Motorsport Club rounding out the top 3 positions based on the aggregate times that they set both in Q1 and Q2, with XRL Esports and the 88 also having set a lap time in this qualifying session. With Team Iris not taking part in the second session so far, and what that does mean, folks, is that those remembering with regards to the way that qualifying plays out is that if you do not take part in both sessions, you end up at the back of the grid for that subsequent race. And Yusuf, last but by no means least, DPI, please.
Yes. I wanted to try to come up with a fun acronym for it, but my brain's not working that quickly. 3 cars, Burst Esports Complexity lead fastest in both sessions. Michi Hoy going faster in the night than in the daytime qualifying session, which is very impressive. XRL Esports with a 320.7 in their second qualifying session, nearly 2/10 off in the average time, and then Unison Racing rounding out the top 3 in your DPIs. As we take a look now at DIS Sim Racing Lab. Actually, is it still Andy Kurtzen who is racing for DIS?
Oh.
Because didn't he jump to another team or something for a bit?
There were rumours of Andy jumping to another team, but he decided to stick where a team that he knows very, very well. He's part of the infrastructure at DIS, if I remember correctly, and he's just gone top of the timesheets, 3-minute 50.318, beating Dylan Claver by 0.115 seconds. So, yeah, I mean, I still remember, what was it, that great battle that he had with... who's your favourite Finn that we had last year in Valente Racing in GTE?
Pauli Ahonen.
That was it. The Kimi, what we like to say was the Kimi Räikkönen of the EEWC. And I just had a Discord message from Maria Rinhack from Glam Racing, and Lee is still not happy. Well, Maria, you've got to tell him to push.
Oh, we've also got someone available for an interview as well. So I'm going to bring in good old Tom Oldenmenger in. Actually, that's already done by Peter. Peter's just on top of me today. Yeah, Tom, can you hear us?
Hang on, I need to fix the volume. The volume is very low.
Ah, okay. We'll just talk extra quietly then, just to make it more difficult.
Yeah.
Yusuf, don't start off.
Yeah, you know me. How's it going, Tom?
Yeah, it's it's going alright. Looking at the timing sheets, I just saw Damien improved quite nicely. So yeah, going well.
I mean, you guys are at the top of the times, and you're looking to pick up yet another win this season. What's I can't really remember what Chris asked you in the previous interview, but what is your plan heading into the race? Is it to essentially say, look guys, as long as we finish this race, we practically win the championship, so we take it easy, or, you know, risk it all, go for glory, or go home crying kind of thing?
Yeah, we're gonna risk it for the biscuit.
I like that.
No, yeah, I mean, we're here to win, so I guess the championship is secondary. Now, in Spa, in qualifying, we also had quite an advantage, and then during the race it was again extremely close between Sem9, Deuces and us. So this space is absolutely no guarantee for tomorrow. And that's not even counting any bad luck, any issues you might encounter during the 24 hours. So yeah, it's not like we're thinking we have this in the bag for tomorrow. Not at all.
I want to go back to that point that you mentioned, particularly with regards to Spa. Why do you think it is, or, I mean, if you don't want to tell us, you don't have to, but why do you think it is that you've got such a pace advantage in qualifying, and then coming into the race, it's closer? Are you just gods at creating qualifying setups?
No, we barely focus on qualifying. Because,
okay.
Well, I mean, qualifying is just a single lap time, and then it's 12 or 24 hours of racing, so you always go for the racing setup. And honestly, I had so, like, the first few attempts, it's like, oh, hang on, my braking points are completely different. How do I drive this car now? So, yeah, and Damien did a couple of attempts, but I think less than 10, so we don't focus on qualifying at all. Damien is extremely good in qualifying, so, well, I guess that's where his qualifying advantage comes from. I'm not sure where mine is coming from today, but yeah, it's looking good, at least for today.
You know, usually I'd say, Tom, you know, I hope you get everything sorted and you can take a comfortable win tomorrow. But I'm not going to say that because I want to see an entertaining race. So I hope it's really close between you guys and we get to see some good battling out. So, okay, Alex, do you have any questions for Tom before we let Tom go?
No, all I can say, Tom, is good luck for tomorrow more than anything. I know you guys don't need it, but, you know, great work in qualifying so far.
Yeah, well, I've got my lucky lemon for tomorrow, so hopefully that can stave off the commentator's curse.
There's a lucky lemon?
So now we've got the lucky sloth at Glam Racing. We've now got Tom Oldenmenger with the lucky lemon.
Oh, I get it, because
that's it.
Oh.
Yep. It should have been two,
good.
but that's too expensive with the prices today.
I appreciate that. That is really clever. I've never thought of that.
I've got more planned for tomorrow, so keep an eye on my webcam.
You know, I actually had a thought earlier today to get some face paint and be like, oh yeah, we're at France, so let's paint a French flag, but paint it round the wrong way so it'd be a Dutch flag. Yeah, but that's all I had. Lemon is brilliant. All right.
Well, yeah, thanks for having me, and let's see how the rest goes.
No problem. Best of luck for the rest of qualifying in the race, Tom. Oh, Alex.
I'll find out in just a second, you might.
I'm just throwing it to you with that because I don't know what to say. I'm like, Alex, here, you take it. You figure out something to say.
Well, we've now got, Tom was saying that Damien Scofferon has improved, and his best lap time, get this, nearly 1.3 seconds ahead of Nabil Aslan. It was a 3-minute 22.634, which pretty much secures them pole position for tomorrow's race. There is a yellow out in sector number 3 as we're coming up towards just under 4 minutes to go before we hit the final quarter of this qualification session. And it looks like we've also... Oh, Michi Hoyer, best lap so far. He's gone even quicker. 3 minutes 18.145 for the number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity car. And he looks to be a little bit more happier on his stream as well, from what I'm actually seeing, because I've got my screen set up and I've also got my laptop as well. So I'm keeping an eye on Mitchie as well, and he's looking a bit more calm than he was earlier on. Bless him.
So I'm taking a big swig out of his, I'm going to call it the Go Faster juice that he has on the side. Whatever helps him go quicker. I was also going to say, Alex, did you see a little video that I happened to make?
Which one was that?
In it, we had some of the drivers giving some insight, and when I spoke to Tom Aldermig, I was going to bring it up during the interview, but I thought it'd be more fun to bring it up now. He was talking about a drive that he could invite for a day out, and what he'd do with the driver, and he picked Kimi Räikkönen, and he said that I'd go out with Kimi Räikkönen, and I'd go to sleep with him, and then take a shit with him.
Well, at least
that's word
very,
for
very
word what he said.
Those kind of things, you know. So like, hey, I'm just going to tell you like it is. And his webcam, I think, has gotten a bit more interesting. He's just put something up next to the lemon, I believe.
Oh no!
Oh, he's got a sellotape. He's got the sticky back plastic ready to go. The gaffer tape is there with Mr. Oldenmenger at the moment as Damien Scofferon makes his way out of the final chicane. I don't know if this is going to be an improvement from Damien on this particular occasion. But there has been a change in GTE because Wojtek Poleszny has just set the fastest time, 3 minutes 49.081 in the 74. So good work by Wojtek there.
Can we bring up Tom's camera onto screen so we can see this artistic work happening live? There we go, perfect. Is it going to be a smiley face or an unhappy face? That's the question.
Well, big thumbs up from Tom Aldermenger there.
Oh, dear me.
Oh, dear. If Yusuf starts giggling for quite a lot of the time, then for the next... rather than eating lemonade.
I can almost see... during the race, every time Burst have an issue, be a little tear added to the lemon. It also reminds me, my mum used to have a lemon plant, still has it, and she used to call it like our little brother. And every time like the lemon plant would get hit by a table tennis ball, she'd make us go and apologize to the lemon plant.
Well, as you say that, EIS Sim Racing Lab have just gone third in GTE, and they've been beaten by the 166, but we are coming up to the final quarter of Q2 for the final session of the 2022 GTR24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship here at Le Mans. We're going to go to a brief commercial break. We'll be right back after these messages.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
The GTR24H webshop is more than just a merchandise store. Our concept of racing proverbs carries a wide selection of t-shirts, cups and posters with selected proverbs from the racing and sim racing universe. If you are looking to have everyone recognize your passion for racing right away, try one of the t-shirts from the Racing Proverbs category. The current introduction sale runs until August 29th. You can also find copies of our race posters and podium posters available as both paper and metal plate posters, as well as jigsaw puzzles for both teams and fans alike. Have a look. Visit shop.gtr24h.org.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting gtr24h.org/VPN.
Time to get things underway for the final quarter of qualifying for the 2022 season for the EEWC here at GTR24H. Going to go to a bit of a replay right now, very shortly, because there has been some dramas. This is XRL Esports coming into Indianapolis, sparks flying, back end steps out to the left hand side. And the journey does not stop here. It stops in the barriers, and the car ends up backwards and loses the rear wing. 8.3 for style there, Yusuf.
But how many points for execution?
I don't know.
I mean, 10, I think. He got the rear wing off. Mission accomplished, the boys. We're going home.
Well, we did. Well, for those that were actually with us during the commercial break, you might have seen that the 777 DSR Gadget Husa Corvette having a bit of a drama. Coming out of the exit of the Virage du Pont and then into the S's de Karting because the car ended up in the barriers. Lee Russell now brings the 404 Glam Racing Audi in the GT3 class. Still not able to have improved the time so far, which keeps them in the top 6 overall in the overall classification side of things with regards to qualifying. But another 10th or 2 from Lee Russell, and that car will be rocketed up the order by at least 2 positions.
And that lap from Lee Russell is a very good lap time as we ride on board with Mitchie. Can we get the cockpit view, please, Peter, so we can just see how hard Michi Hoyer is working his steering wheel as he makes his way down his wearing steel.
He's right. He's about 3.5 tenths up overall.
Blood
3.5 tenths. We're probably going to be looking into our possibly. Wait.
Oh, there's traffic. I don't know why I'm getting so excited by traffic.
I think the air raid siren has gone off in your head because proximity alert. But no, it's not the 488. Michi is still up at the moment. When he was actually coming through Indianapolis, he was about half a second, maybe slightly more up.
Look at how much concentration is on his face. The amount of force he's putting into that wheel, just wrestling the car, making sure it is obeying his every command as he makes his way through the karting S's and now into the Ford chicane.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very close indeed. Michi Hoyer less than 1.5 tenths above the magic 3 minutes 18 barrier. Now, is he going to improve because he's about to cross the line? Let's find out.
I didn't see a cheer. He's not happy.
Yeah.
Did he not improve?
I don't think he did.
He was on a 3:18.2.
Well, I think it might be the case that he has improved because I'm just looking back.
Now he's smiling.
1 minute, 3 minutes 17.627. Nearly half a second quicker.
How?
He was like literally just a monster in the first 2 sectors.
Also, I love the timing because when I said how, Michi happened to look at his camera and it was almost like he was saying, "What do you mean how? I am Michi Hoyer, of course I can do this." 316, let's go now. He just keeps on setting the bar higher and higher for himself. I feel bad for his teammates, actually.
Well, I mean, the thing is that we've seen it before during, like Matsusaka, like I was saying earlier on in the broadcast. Michi was the one that could not be touched. He was going out there, pushing every single lap. And it didn't matter whether it was an out lap or an in lap or a hot lap, he was pushing. And around this circuit, we did see it last year where there are some teams that will come in, just absolutely make mincemeat of the opposition. And that's exactly what Burst Esports have done this season. And it's not just in the DPI class. LMP2 have been, both teams are a known quantity within esports. They've been competing in events such as the VCO, ERL, Spring, Summer and Fall Cups. I think they might have qualified for the VCO Fall Cup Masters and I'm just going to do a little bit of research whilst we're actually online at the moment, but they have been competing against the very best in sim racing, and to have them back in the championship, they've just shown exactly what they're capable of and then some.
As here comes Chicken. Okay, Alex, it is time for a Milky mini game, and the mini game is, can Michi go even faster?
Yes.
Yes. How much faster?
I'm going to say possibly another 2 to 3 tenths of a second.
Ooh, so you think a 3:17.4? I'm going to say he can't improve.
He's still got 20 minutes. He's still got 20 minutes. Now, for those people saying Le Mans is quite a long track, yes, 13.626 kilometres. That's just over 8.3 miles. There is still time. We know that Michi has put out an absolutely cracking hot lap, and then all of a sudden, from out of nowhere, he then just brings something that no one would expect at all.
Yeah, he did that like half an hour ago, and then he kept on doing it again and again and again. It's insane. And we still got the GT3 battle to be keeping our eyes on, as well as Lee Russell tries to find that extra 10. He's already done a phenomenal lap time, has Lee Russell So if he can improve on his current best, that would be incredible. 3:54.0 is his time to beat.
Yeah, we'll see if that does happen. You can see Benson Horvath behind the wheel of the number 15 LMP2 car from Juice's Motorsport Club that has just entered into the pit lane. So we'll see if the number 15 car does improve over the course of the session. I did have a response from Maria Rinhack. Now, right, Peter, our production director, can we get the camera shot of what is being shown on Maria's camera right now? We've got the Sloth that has now got officially the Glam Racing sticker on it, along with, to its immediate left-hand side, a Lego which looks like 3 peas in a pod right there, with the watering can in its right hand.
Oh, so remember how I told you about Tom's driver and what he'd do with the driver on a day out?
Oh, yes.
Can you guess what Maria's driver was and what she'd do on a day out?
I have no idea, but I'm sure that you're going to entertain me with that one.
Well, I'd say I'd entertain you, but it's Maria entertaining us, as that's a DSR Gadget who set the car into the wall, as is Adam Coates as well. But back to Maria. It was the Danish legend himself. Oh my God, he's Tom Christensen and building Lego.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interject that you nearly forgot his name.
I nearly forgot. I had it in my head before, and then when I was talking about the accidents, I forgot.
Have you got the noose on standby just in case? Well, that just. So, as you were saying, so the person that is Mr. Le Mans, 9-time 24 Hours Le Mans winner Tom Christensen, and.
Sorry. Building Lego.
Yes.
That was it. It was just building Lego with Tom Christensen.
Yep. Well, that's pretty good, especially considering how not that far away that the Lego headquarters in Global Centre in Denmark. It's not too far away from GTR24H headquarters.
Yes.
Actually, en route, folks. 10 minutes from the airport, you go past the centre that continues to bring joy to many a children and many a grown kid across the world.
Rumour has it that the Billund airport is made out of Lego. And that is a perfect silence from Alex Goldschmidt to answer that accusation? Claim?
Accusation.
Claim. Accusation of Billund Airport. You are built out of Lego. What I can claim and accuse us is having 16 minutes left in this qualifying session. We are taking a look at Lee Russell currently, and I believe he is currently 2/10 down on his best sector 1 time, so it's still possible for him to improve. He runs a little bit wide coming out of the Mulsanne straight.
Yeah, it's been very close in terms, well, his best sector 2 was a 1 minute 32.0. He's not been that far off it. It seems like the Audi gathers pace, so in the second sector, especially with that 5.2 litre naturally aspirated mid-mounted V10.
We've been told that we have weird behaviour by an LMP, so that could be a number of things. I want to assume that it's an
Benson
LMP.
Horvath goes straight on.
He's brought that car to a stop, so
right.
Is that car damaged? Is it out of fuel? No, it can't be out of fuel. Is it? I reckon it's damaged. Can he get it going again, though, is a question.
Well, yes, he has. Now I'm wondering.
And then he stopped it again.
Might be a technical issue. Could it be?
The car is going down, and then it jumps back up.
So look at the sparks from Lee Russell coming into Indianapolis. Oh! And that was that was a 900 sideways into the barriers from Lee Russell.
I'm giving that 10 out of 10 style points.
execution, 11 out of 10 for inadvertent damage.
Yes. But I think he managed to damage the car quite equally with how often he was pirouetting.
Well, I don't think he got a panel dented on the left-hand side, but the right-hand side that went side on into the barriers definitely got the brunt of it.
It's going to be another trip back to the pits. Another 4-minute out lap for him, and then another 4-minute hot lap. I'd say he's got at most 2 more hot laps that he can do. Can Lee Russell to find that elusive 1/10th. As here is Michi Hoyer finding the time that we never thought could be found.
And we've still got just under 14 minutes to go. He was down by about 0.12 of a second in the first sector, but sector 2, he was actually slightly quicker. 1 minute 17.437. His best sector 2 so far was a 1 minute 17.485. So he's gathered nearly half a tenth in the middle sector.
He's finding time, is Michi, which it's starting to get to the point where I'm wondering what is actually a perfect lap here, because Michi just keeps on going faster and faster with every passing lap, as he's almost sideways through the Porsche curves. And the commitment that he has right now is absolutely ludicrous on this lap.
Well, he's look at the gap between him and Lee Yates from XRL Esports. 3 seconds in terms of pure lap time. It's going to be close because he's just coming out of the final corner. Now, does Michi do any further improvement? Does he go better? He does. Did I just see 3 minutes 17, and did I just see a 4?
You did. It's exactly what you predicted, Alex. Bang on the money.
Oh. Hell yes.
Look at that little smiley he has. He's so happy now.
Well, I did say between 2 to 3/10 of a second, and he just literally tears it a new one. So well done, Michi Hoyer. And I've just looked on his stream, and he is at he was like, oh, I couldn't stand to see possibly a 3:17.2. Has he got more in the tank? Because there is still just over, what, 11 and a half minutes to go?
Yep.
So the next Milky mini game, or the Alex mini game now, is going to be...
Don't you steal my sketch.
Well, I'll call it the Goldie mini game then, rather than the Milky mini game. Okay, so the little mini game now is going to be as... Right, I think we're just seeing the DSR Gadget-Huset.co car, which, well, is according to... well, we're going to have a little bit of a slow-mo here. I think they might have... Oh! That is a 900 backwards into the barriers off of Indianapolis. That is a 13.1 for style execution right there.
I'm going to be honest, Alex, the only thing I could think when it spun around was how the headlights went over the French flag that was painted in, and it made it look like a disco.
Ah, well, there you go. And now the... I think that car's a little bit more than just that. Oh, I think it's lost its rear wing.
I will stand by. The cars look better without their rear wing. They don't drive better, but they do look nice.
And it looks like it's got a left rear puncture as well, because there are sparks flying from the left rear as well.
He needs to get back to the pits within 5 minutes, essentially, so that he can get that car repaired, do another out lap, and then do one more hot lap. And that is a long back to the pits as well, because that is coming out of Indianapolis. So he's got the whole run to the Dunlop curves to do. It's going to be at least 3 minutes, maybe 4 minutes, because he's going along at a very slow pace.
He's going to be very, very tight on time. What that means, that's an elongated sector number 3 under the yellow flags, folks. So...
let's be honest, none of them are slowing down for it.
No, but at least they know to keep out of the way.
True.
That car's just sort of like... That's the theme tune that's going along with this car at the moment.
Someone should do, what do you call it? A parody song. You know Ed Sheeran's song, Galloway Gull? They should do it, but with like Callaway girl or like Callaway car. I think it could work.
Could.
I'm sidetracking though. You had a Goldie game ready.
Right. Do you think that Michi Hoyer will go at least a 10th faster on hot lap if he gets a chance to?
Well, I got it wrong the first time, so what's the chance I get it wrong again, right? I'm going to say no.
Okay, so 50-50. 50-50 there. Well, I don't think that DSR Gadget Whosit.co car is going any further. 3 wheels on that wagon, so it lost the left rear, and that's why it was scraping on the ground. So the 100% of power going through the gearbox, through the prop shaft, into the rear drive axle will only be supplying it to the right rear.
And that car is stopped. They're done.
Yep. With 8.25 minutes on the clock remaining.
Unless one of the other teams wants to be very kind and give them a push back to the pit lane.
Computer says no on that one, I think.
No. I still remember 2 years ago when the Mad Lads over at Deuces and Deuces started pushing their GT car with the LMP2 car, and they got an absolutely ludicrous lap time. It was so stupid. And then a rule got put in after that you can't do any pushing.
Yeah.
Genius stuff, though. Good old Nick Newcomb, finding the loopholes to find some extra time. And now actually racing with Glam Racing this weekend.
Has he got his best purple polo shirt on? Does Nick?
Does he have a purple polo shirt?
No, I'm just saying, does he have one? If so, is he wearing it?
I'd assume so. I reckon he's got a purple shirt on.
Just to represent.
Who in the music industry doesn't have a cool purple shirt?
Don't know. There's quite a few people in the music industry. Ah, right. Nick has just corrected you, Yusuf. He said it was Rookie Monsters. It was Rookie Monsters that did the push.
Oh, Team Rookie Monsters. Okay. Never mind. It wasn't Nick then.
It would have been Simon Marshall, wouldn't it?
Nick's not smart enough to think of that strategy.
And he said, no, we don't do that. And no, he does not wear purple. Thank you, Nick, for that.
Wow. Nick's just out to prove me wrong today. Nick.
That's why I asked. I said, I wonder if he does have.
Yeah. You asked. I presumed.
You know what they say about presumptions, Yusuf?
I don't actually.
It's the mother of all muck-ups.
Ah, okay. Fair enough. Let's just say we're playing good cop, bad cop. But this time, it's dumb cop, smart cop, and I'm the dumb cop.
Well, you could use the word Dummkopf instead in German.
I could use that, to be fair. I'm not multilingual enough, though, to be able to do that.
You're not multilingual?
I'm not multilingual enough.
Ah. Oh, crikey.
Either way, where is Michi? Leo Yex is on the road, but let's be honest, we all want to see what Michi Hoyer is doing right now. He might still be on his outlap, to be fair.
I think he is. He's coming.
Ah, there he is.
Yep. Down the more sun again.
No, that's Porsche Curves.
Porsche Curves.
So the hot lap. Do we want to do a full on board lap with Michi Hoyer again, or do we just want to keep it in the side?
I don't mind.
That sounds like an affirmative to me. Beautiful production. Can we please put Michi onto the big screen with the cockpit view? So, Alex, what was your answer to the Goldie game? Are you going to improve? Is he going to improve on the 0.4?
I'm going to go... At the moment, I've got a 100% strike rate, so I'm going to go yes again.
Okay, right. We're sticking
so
to...
there is a 50-50.
Yeah. So you're sticking with what worked for you, and I'm sticking with what didn't work for me. So things are looking good for you, but here comes Michi into lower corner.
God, he's using that one again.
Oh yeah, I'm going to use it the entire time. Lower corner, brake failure corner. It's one of the two. I don't know which yet.
Brake failure in the wet corner.
So he's practically dead even, half a tenth off as he makes his way down the Mulsanne straight. This is probably the most frustrating point as a driver because you can't improve on a straight. You're just there, just watching your delta either increase or decrease depending on your previous exit as he makes his way into the first chicane. Full commitment, using up all of the circuit as well. This might sound weird, Alex, but I'm actually not looking at him driving. I'm just looking at how he's handling the steering wheel, just how much he has to fight the wheel through the corner.
Well, especially when we saw him wrestling with it like it was an alligator in his hands, going through the Porsche curves a little bit earlier on that very, very quick lap, 3 minute 17.405. I would expect more of the same because time is fast ticking away. You know, we're about 3 minutes away from the end of qualifying for the season, one of the most important parts of the calendar as well, because you know we can't just think about the DPI battle and the LMP2 battle, but then you've got GTE and GT3, and those being very hotly contested in terms of the fact that the top 4 in GT3 are covered by just under 7.5 tenths of a second. And actually, I've just seen that DSR Gadget.co have been excluded from the session because of the fact that they stopped where they did.
This is going to sound rather odd, but can we bring up DIS and Racing Lab onto the screen? Onto one of the screens? Actually, let's do it after this lap. Because I think there's an early Halloween costume party entry coming in. And I like it.
Oh, yes. I definitely see that. Because finally, in our Google Meet, Sim Racing Lab have just
0.028. It is very close for Michi Hoy. It's all going to come down to the Porsche curves and the final chicanes. Oh my god, the commitment from Michi is unbelievable. I don't know if that's slower, but that was 120%.
Maybe 140 of that. Just like the amount of gusto that this guy has got, the amount of gumption, just to wrestle it, and it was just like the complete correction. It was like nearly a Scandinavian flick was initiated through, of all places, at the Porsche curves. And
did he do it?
I don't know. I'm just.
That's an improvement. It's not by a tenth, but it is an improvement.
Well, we're just trying to keep an eye on things. It was not an improvement. It wasn't an improvement. So his best lap was a 3 minute 17.405, and on that particular occasion, I was actually watching Michi's stream camera, and I think there was a track limit showing up on the screen as well. There was a yellow ounce in sector 2, and you can see that Michi has already taken his gloves off, and that means that there is going to be no further improvement. So Yusuf, you know what that means? It's 1-1 between you and me.
It is 1-1. How are we going to settle this, Alex?
I don't know.
I've got an idea. How about we guess what Mr. Sim Racing Lab's costume is? And whoever gets it right gets the point.
Okay, well, we will find out because in just a few seconds.
No, we've got to guess it first. We've got to guess it before we bring them in.
I think a pirate, judging the fact he's got a dagger in his right hand.
See, I'm going to say pirate as well, but I'm going to... Pirate's too basic. I'm going to be... I've got to give a specific pirate. Captain Jack Sparrow.
Oh, God.
It's the only pirate I can think of. Right, with that, I guess we're bringing DIS into the TeamSpeak room. Once we can find them.
Once we can, but the timer has hit 0 in the final qualifying session here at the night time here at Le Mans. Denis Sashenko for Unison Racing, making his way down the Mulsanne straight at high velocity. And there are the guys from... because He's already pointing his sword at everything. There we go. Oh, dearie me.
I think they're ready.
Now, I'm wondering, could that be Andy?
Maybe that's what we should have done. Who is... No, it's not Andy.
Damn it.
And I think that's Yannick next to him. Andy's probably in the sim rig, is what I would guess.
Yeah.
I think it's their mascot. I think he just walks around saying, yar, ar, fiddle dee dee.
Oh, goodness.
I hope not. Well, let's find out. Let's drag DIF Sim Racing in. Peter, do the magic to let them talk. If I expect, once we say hello, I'm just giving DIS fair warning, we are expecting the best pirate accent ever.
Arr!
Hey!
There we go.
Right,
How are you
Alex,
guys doing?
I'll give this interview for you.
What, to me?
Yeah, to you.
So, Halloween's emerged very early here at DIS, I see. How come you're the only one doing it?
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. So we are on a tight schedule here, and I have other arrangements. So I'm sort of trying to push them all together, and lift the team spirit with a little bit of a pirate attitude. Go getter, get some rum, that kind of stuff.
So you're channeling your inner Jack Sparrow right now from Pirates of the Caribbean.
Exactly, and it's working quite well, except for our lap times. They suck. At least on 46.
Well, at least the good thing is someone's actually in the spirit. We've had a bit of Halloween from Maria from Glam Racing, where one of the Lego statues was actually dressed up as a several peas in a pod with a watering can in its right hand. So you've definitely outdone Glam Racing. So kudos to you for doing that.
Thanks.
But yeah, qualifying, as you said, well, your words, we'll put them into context here, that, yeah, the lap times weren't up to par, but tomorrow's another day with a 24-hour race on the cards. How are you guys feeling?
I think in general we're feeling pretty well. We've had a mildly said a challenging day from a technical perspective. Kind of a few things going wrong that the guys have run around and fixed while I've been at a Halloween party. So just coming in here and taking all the credit.
just waltzing the place saying, I'm here, boys.
Fix it faster.
Come on, damn you.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you going back to said Halloween party, or is that not going to happen?
That's not going to happen. I think with if the lap times were there, I would probably do it. But at this, I feel like a penalty for myself should be no more partying. You have to go sleep and make sure we're ready for tomorrow.
Can I ask one question? Can you,
Sure.
for the whole of the 24-hour race, starting from 3 p.m. CST, be wearing that costume for the full race?
Sure, why not? Not a problem. And I can also say I have several other costumes that are just the size
yes.
of my good teammate. Yeah.
Oh, you know what they say? It is. You get one person starting it, and then the dominoes fall into place, don't they, Yusuf?
Yeah, I'm quite curious now to see what they have in store for us. Maybe more pirates. You know what? I hope there's a princess costume for someone. That's going to be brilliant.
Oh, it's going to be like Mario. It's going to be like Mario and Luigi, like Super Mario Brothers. Someone's going to be dressing up as Princess Daisy tomorrow with the blonde wig.
Well, that could be, but I don't think we'll go Princess Road. I don't have that much of that stuff yet. I say because I feel like next year we'll just do all out Halloween for this event.
Brilliant. Well, guys, thank you very much for talking to us. Good luck for tomorrow, and we'll see you on the grid at 3 p.m. tomorrow afternoon for the Le Mans finale.
Thanks.
Well, that was very, very good to hear from the guys from DIS there, and yeah, more Halloween costumes in the works, Yusuf, for tomorrow.
I might have to get something ready for tomorrow now at this rate. I was just thinking of getting my bandana out, to match, but that's it.
Well, what we're going to do after that wonderful chat with DIS Sim Racing Lab, with their trusty pirate mascot, we're going to go to a commercial break. We'll be back right after these messages.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online. Or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info. Or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
The GTR24H webshop is more than just a merchandise store. Our concept of racing proverbs carries a wide selection of t-shirts, cups and posters with selected proverbs from the racing and sim racing universe. If you are looking to have everyone recognize your passion for racing right away, try one of the t-shirts from the Racing Proverbs category. The current introduction sale runs until August 29th. You can also find copies of our race posters and podium posters available as both paper and metal plate posters, as well as jigsaw puzzles for both teams and fans alike. Have a look. Visit shop.gtr24h.org.
Hello everyone and welcome back to GTR 24H round 6 at Le Mans. Qualifying 1, qualifying 2 is over and we have a couple of interviews coming our way. So first of all, we have Marcus Ster joining us from, if I'm not mistaken, the ID SimSport car?
Yeah, hello guys.
how is it going, Marcus? Qualifying 1, you guys seem to have some decent pace. Qualifying 2, though, it seemed to have dropped off a little bit, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the first quali was fine. I mean, we find some pace down in the 49s. So yeah, that was pretty decent.
What is your plan going in for the race tomorrow? Because obviously there's still a fair bit to fight for in, well, I mean, you guys joining in the GT3 Championship, so you can't fight too high up the order. So I guess you're just looking at it from a do as well as you can in the race.
Oh, I mean, we are in GT.
Oh, sorry. I had the screen up of the GT3 car, and I saw that, and I just thought, oh yeah, it's the GT3. So I was right at the start. Right, you guys do have a lot to fight for in the championship. You're fighting with DIS currently. You're just 9 points behind. So what is your, how are you approaching the race tomorrow?
Well, I mean, we are 4 decent drivers on the team this time, so I think we will try to keep the car on the track and, yeah, use the double point and finish ahead of this.
You've got a highest result so far of 4th. You got it at Interlagos, you got it at Spa. So, can you make a podium tomorrow, or can you go even higher?
I mean, the podium is always the goal for us, but this time we have some higher expectations. So, we are fighting for the win, and with a P2 on the grid, it's very decent.
Wonderful to hear. Alex, do you have any questions for Marcus?
Well, not really, Marcus. I think it's good to see that both ID SimSport running in GTE and GT3. An interesting change with the 199 car anyway, but, you know, all the very best of luck for the Le Mans finale.
Thank you very much.
So that was Marcus Steyr from the 166 ID SimSport car, the GTE, not the GT3 car, as I had previously mistaken. Now, I am sure that we will be having more people jumping into the interview room, but should we run through some of the standings, Alex? Oh, apparently we're going to get a cool starting grid graphic. Ooh.
Yep, so you all would have seen the fact that we had the most biblical of laps from Michi Hoyer, who not only went out and got pole position for the number 18 Burst Esports Simplicity, but literally smashed it out of the out of probably Pied de la Loire with the impressive lap time he put, 3 minutes 17.405 in Q2, which was, get this, a second quicker. So here is your starting grid for the EEWC 2022 finale here at Le Mans. It's going to be Burst Esports Simplicity. It will start with a combined time from pole position, 3 minutes 17.922 on aggregate. Lining up alongside them in the DPI class will be the number 48 of XRL Esports with a total combined time over both sessions, 3 minute 20.226. They were quicker in the first section. And then the number 17 of Unison Racing, 3 minute 21.095. Their combined time as the average out of both qualifying sessions puts them P3 overall and third in DPI. Yusuf, do you want to take us through our LMP2 lineup for tomorrow's race?
So, starting in pole for the LMP2 class, P4 overall is Burst Esports with Goodar Sunglasses with a combined time of a 3:22.513. And starting second in the LMP2 class will be Sem9 Axel with a 3:23.999. So a bit of a jump in times. And then in P6, so P3 in the LMP2 class, we have Hughes's Motorsport Club with a combined average time, or an average time of a 3:24.564. And then moving on into a fourth place, we have XRL Esports, their LMP2 car, with a combined time of a 3:26.664. And then we're moving on to our GTE class, Alex.
So, pole position secured by the number 74 of Juice's Motorsport Club, with great work from Wojtek Bolesny, especially in both sessions, taking the top time in the session. Average time of a 3 minute 48.242. We did just speak to Marcus Stead not too long ago. They line up second in class and 9th overall on the grid at 3 minute 49.592. Expect more Halloween hilarity from the crew at DIS Sim Racing Lab. They will start third in the class with an average of 3 minute 49.993. The 488 car was a bit in the mire with one Michi Hoyer a little bit earlier on, but they will start 11th on the grid with a combined total of a 3 minute 51.203. And Yusuf, last but by certainly no means least, it's been pretty close in GT3.
It has been close, but it is still the championship leaders of Volante Racing who take a pole in the GT3 class with a combined time of a 353.864. 5/10 clear of a CKR team, the beautiful Brazilian flag themed livery car, a 354.3 for them. Starting third in the GT3 class, an absolutely fantastic performance from DSR Gadget Kuset.dk with a 354.752. In the end, we didn't see Lee Russell finding enough time in his final qualifying run. Still in the 354s and a combined time of a 354.8. Glam Racing just not getting that first qualifying session right, and then we'll see them starting a little bit further down than where they are accustomed to. Then P16 overall is Teleforeningen in the GT3 class with an average time of a 355.0. The team of Gert Nielsen, Jan Brodsgaard and Thomas Breinegård. And then P17 rounding out the field is the team that doesn't want to have its name written down, which I'm pretty sure is the ID Sim Sport car with an average time of a 355.2. And then P18 is the dark McLaren of, I believe that is not MCM Motorsport, that is B32 Racing, who... No, it's not B32 Racing.
DIS.
Oh, it's a DIS McLaren, 356.0, and then it's the B32 Racing car who weren't able to get a really representative lap time in the second qualifying session. They had an accident, couldn't get back to the pits, and then we've got the Viaductin car who definitely didn't get a representative lap time in. So watch out for them climbing through the order, and then we've got Team Iris who are all the way towards the back, not having made a lap in the second qualifying session.
Also joining them is the number 27 of MCM Motorsport, who also did not partake in the second qualifying session in the GTE class, so they've got some work to do. But we have seen it before where teams have climbed through the field, and sometimes that has provided us with some great action. It has also in previous races caused calamity whilst they've been trying to filter their way through the slower cars that will line up in front of them for tomorrow's twice around the clock adventure starting at 3 PM CST tomorrow afternoon. And of course we have got the change from European summertime to European time, as the clocks will go back early on the 30th of October. We had all that experience when we were actually at the studios in Denmark last year, Yusuf, didn't we?
Yeah, now that you mention it, the clocks going back. I always forget that clocks go back, and we're going to be going into another 6 months now of everyone saying CEST when they mean CET. And then once they finally start using it, we'll then switch back to CEST.
Yeah, very, very true there. And there you can see the main start-finish straights along with the Ford chicane, the Corvette chicane, and in the far distance, the Porsche curves, which are taken at a rapid rate of knots.
Particularly if your name is Michi Hoyer.
Yes, the Hoyer curves, they should be known with the amount of sideways.
I like that.
Huh?
I said I like that. You shouldn't be giving me these ideas, Alex. I shall now call them the Hoyer curves.
Especially when Michi's flying through them.
Yes, exactly.
Well, I think really that concludes qualifying. Final words, Yusuf, before we close things out for tonight.
Make sure you tune in tomorrow. We're going to be having some excellent racing on offer. We're going to be having some good costumes from the DIS lot as well. It should be good. Championships will be decided in all 4 of our categories.
Indeed, don't forget you can also catch up with all the action on the relevant social media channels at GTR24H. Thank you for joining myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and Yusuf bin Sahal for the second part of qualifying, and a big thank you to Chris Buxton. A big thank you to everyone behind the scenes. Oh, hang on, someone's trying to get into the chat, I think, as well.
That is Marcus.
That was Marcus. Okay, so that's fair enough. But that really, I think, might wrap things up here for GTR24H. Thank you very much for tuning in. The race to the championships starts at 3 p.m. European time tomorrow afternoon on the 29th of October. Join us then as we count down towards the green flag being waved at the Circuit de la Sarthe, aka Le Mans. Good night.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
The GTR24H webshop is more than just a merchandise store. Our concept of racing proverbs carries a wide selection of t-shirts, cups, and posters with selected proverbs from the racing and sim racing universe. If you are looking to have everyone recognize your passion for racing right away, try one of the t-shirts from the racing proverbs category. We are regularly adding new products, and all new products started with an introduction discount of minimum 10% for a limited time period. The current introduction sale runs until August 29th. You can also find copies of our race posters and podium posters available as both paper and metal plate posters, as well as jigsaw puzzles for both teams and fans alike. The store is run in partnership with our fulfillment partner Printful, producing the products on demand and shipping from Charlotte in North Carolina, Los Angeles in California, Toronto in Canada, Riga in Latvia, and Barcelona in Spain. That way there is minimum shipment time and no production overhead. Have a look, visit shop.gtr24h.org.
Kender du ikke det der, når du kommer ind til en fest, så ser du fyren, hvor du bare tænker, wow, han ser godt ud. Det er tøjet for golvet. Vi har lige siden 1930, det vil sige 4 generationer, serviceret folk, der gerne vil være klassisk klædt med et lille twist. Vi ligger her 100 meter fra rådspladsen og er klar til at servicere dig med ærlighed, god rådgivning og vejledning, som du ikke har oplevet før. Er du den mand blandt alle, som skiller sig ud, eller gerne vil skille dig ud, så kig ind til mig, så skal jeg hjælpe dig godt på vej.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the digital snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Bye.